Yu Ziao transmigrates into a fantasy world and becomes a minor figure of the righteous faction, the Taijuan Holy Land. He possesses heaven-defying comprehension, yet is born with an ordinary mortal body. At this moment, a system is activated. As long as he creates cultivation techniques and spreads them to others, he can obtain rewards and defy fate itself. A mortal body worse than a dog? Then I'll use this mortal body to slaughter gods and prove the Tao. However, as more techniques are created, the entire Holy Land starts to feel less and less righteous. You created the Sunflower Manual and taught it to your disciples. 10,000 disciples castrated themselves, their cultivation skyrocketed. Reward, Bull Demon Kidney. You created 3 heads and 6 arms and taught it to your disciples. 100,000 disciples installed tiger heads, wolf heads, and for killing arms. Divine powers perfected. Reward, True Dragon Heart. You created the Taiyin Jade Maiden Heart Sutra and taught it to the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun turned into a woman. Combat power greatly increased. Reward, Tao Fusion Flower. You created 1 Che transforms into 3 pure ones and taught it to a great emperor. The emperor mentally tortured himself every day, eventually splitting into 3 people to research. Separately, the mortal arts perfected. Ding! The number of cultivators has reached 10 million. Reward, Supreme Immortal Weapon, Chaos Immortal Bell. Several years later, the demonic factions launch a siege against the Righteous Alliance. Not a single normal person among them, and you're telling me these are the righteous ones, facing tens of millions of insane, grotesque disciples. The demonic cultivators completely collapse, kneel to the ground, and beg for mercy. Immortal Emperor Yi, please stop creating cultivation techniques. Who are you provoking? Don't be so arrogant. Taijuan's anger flared up at Wang Ding. Speak honestly, can your arrogance make things difficult for me? Can you defeat me? Li Ling sneered, patted his butt, and walked down the stage. This angered a group of Taijuan disciples. Li Ling wins. The Taoist robe referee announced. Is this Li Ling's strength to be able to urinate on him? What kind of character is he? Does Taijuan Holy Land have such a person? This strength is comparable to a Kunlun Holy Sun. The rumors are false, aren't they? Who could urinate on him with 1 hand? In the stands, many forces exclaimed in fear. With such strength, he could completely fight above his level, far surpassing ordinary disciples. Even Zhu Wufang was no match for him. They didn't believe it when they heard that Li Ling had urinated on them, and now they didn't believe it at all. As for the Kunlun Holy Sun, his face turned dark. When did he become a calculating unit? The Ma family of the Misty Holy Land against the Taijuan Kingzhen. Following the announcement of the next match by the referee in his Taoist robe, the 8 great holy lands erupted in excitement, each looking intently at Wang Zhen. The Ma family's like king. This is the ruthless one who can kill a spirit realm early stage demon beast with a single kick, who cultivates nothing but his legs. Ma family, kill him. He must uphold the prestige of our Misty Holy Land. Misty Holy Land is mighty. Ma family, if you kill him, I'll treat you to a visit to a brothel. Many disciples became excited, their eyes filled with resentment. After the last competition, this despicable king was jumping around like crazy, so deserving of a beating. Out of 1,000 people, 800 disliked him. Finally, it's this despicable one's turn. Good, good. Su Fenglier was overjoyed, his eyes fixed on Wang Zhen with ill intent. Last time, things were a bit uneven, not enough to infuriate him to death. On the viewing platform, the Qingfeng Holy Lord, the 9 Nether True, Immortal, and other great figures also raised their spirits, their eyes shining brightly. Yi Xiao had secretly cultivated with the Taijuan disciples for 7 days. They had always been curious about what kind of cultivation results they would achieve, and now was the moment to verify it. It was something to look forward to. The Ma family also has some reputation. This Taijuan Wang Zhen, besides being arrogant, is only slightly stronger than others of the same level. He's probably not a match for them. He's definitely not a match. The Payomia Holy Land hasn't been idle these past few days, especially targeting the Taijuan disciples' divine abilities. There was a lot of discussion in the stands, but they didn't seem to take it seriously. As before, victory and defeat were 50-50. Perhaps the Misty Holy Land had a way to counter it. Even if Wang Xin unleashed his cultivation and boosted his power a little, it wouldn't be of any use. The burst of power was too brief. A war of attrition could directly wear down Wang Xin. Ha ha ha, finally, it's my turn. Ma Jia laughed loudly, excitedly ascending the stage. His legs were very thick and long, his muscles far more developed than other parts of his body. His speed was extremely fast, and his endurance was even more astonishing. It was just the right counter to the Taijuan Holy Land's explosive divine abilities. You despicable Wang Xin, come and fight. Ma Jia's demeanor was radiant, impatient. He made up his mind to engage this guy in a skirmish, waiting for the opponent's burst of power to subside before immediately launching a furious attack. The Taijuan disciples were immediately dissatisfied, and Wang Xin coldly snorted, completely unafraid, and climbed onto the arena. If it were before, he might not have been a match for his opponent, but after Yi Xiaoya's special training, his endurance had been greatly compensated. As for his divine abilities, there was no need to mention them. He had already achieved considerable success. Bring my weapons. Wang Xin stood on the platform and shouted loudly to the crowd below. As soon as he finished speaking, amidst everyone's bewildered gazes, several Taijuan disciples rushed forward carrying large sacks. With a rumble, they poured out a pile of black mud, emitting a putrid smell and carrying a chilling aura. In an instant, more than a dozen large sacks arrived, filled with mud, forming a small mountain about 10 meters high. Guang Lingzhen, Qingfeng Saint Lord, and Juyu Zhenren, among others, were all dumbfounded, staring at Yi Xiaoyao. They couldn't understand. They truly couldn't understand. What is this? The Phoenix Clan's Phoenix Sparrow was also dumbfounded, somewhat bewildered. Yi Xiaoyao smiled, calmly and indifferently. This is a weapon. Are you sure it's not just mud dug from a graveyard? The Qingfeng Holy Lord questioned, suspecting Yi Xiaoyao was mocking his intelligence. That's right. Yi Xiaoyao nodded. Qingfeng Holy Lord. What can this thing do? Can it be used to attack enemies? Is this the result of your secret cultivation with them? What the hell? Guangling Jun and Jiu Zhenren were full of question marks, their eyes filled with questioning as they looked at Yi Xiaoyao. I've been waiting for over half a day. And this is it. This? The other major powers were also quite confused. What the hell are you doing? On the arena, the Ma family member was also dumbfounded, hesitatingly asking, why waste words? Hurry, I finally managed to dig this up. Wang Xin was impatient. Because of digging up this soil, the old corpse almost fell out with him. For the old corpse, this was the destruction of his house. Now in the graveyard, the old corpse's house had suffered a large loss. The Ma family member thought for a long time, still couldn't figure it out, and simply stopped thinking about it. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. He snorted coldly, then sprinted forward like lightning, his foot still holding the arrow from Ruoli's bowstring, kicking towards Wang Xin. He believed that as long as the speed wasn't too fast, no matter what tricks the opponent played, they were all just empty talk. The dead go their separate ways, the living avoid them. Wang Zhen's expression was serious. He pulled a large handful of banknotes from his storage bag and wildly threw them onto the arena. The group's creation of divine abilities often sought a sense of immersion and realism. Like mourning, clear grief was needed to maximize the power of the divine ability. This was the ritual Wang Xin had been learning from worldly funeral teams these past few days. The deceased was important, but the main focus was genuine emotion. The yellowed banknotes fluttered in abundance, creating a gloomy and eerie scene that made everyone's hair stand on end. As Ma family's figure flew through the sky filled with banknotes, a mountain-like mass of mud and earth descended, directly burying him. Mud and earth erupted, forming a gigantic tomb on the arena, the banknotes flying down, creating an extremely gloomy and eerie scene. Damn, what the hell is this? An angry voice erupted from within the tomb. A surge of true essence flowed, and a mound formed on top of the tomb, revealing a head of the Ma family. He shook off the earth from his face, both frightened and angry. Before he could climb out, dust to dust, earth to earth, may the deceased rest in peace. Wang Xin prayed devoutly, then kicked the Ma family's head into the tomb. Then true essence surged, rapidly pouring into the tomb's earth, and the massive tomb began to be reinforced frantically. In a short time, the tomb was reinforced with dozens of incredibly thick layers of concrete. Rest in peace, your wife and children will be taken care of by me. Wang Zhen's face was filled with sorrow, muttering to himself, his true essence surging, making the tomb increasingly solid. Finally, he spread his arms, tears welling up in his eyes. Heaven weeps, the earth cries, today we carry this heavy heart, in memory of my brother Ma, who unfortunately passed away. What was originally a normal duel had taken on a rather bizarre style. Wang Zhen stood on the enormous arena, seemingly not fighting, but holding a funeral, sincerely reading an obituary. Holy cow, holy cow, holy cow. In the stands, countless people's eyes widened, their bodies trembling with shock. Eerie. Too eerie. They finally understood what those earthen mounds were for. Used for burying people. What kind of divine power is this? How can it be so underworldly? You can connect with the Earth's energy, but you can't connect with the underworld. Even more abnormal than mourning. This bizarre scene and divine power, like a lightning bolt, shattered their ordinary worldview, overturning their imagination. Is this the result of your secret cultivation? Guang Lingzhen's face trembled as he honestly looked towards Yi Xiao. The others also looked on in turn. Their eyes held a mixture of shock and horror. They suddenly realized that the disciples of the Taijuan Holy Land, under Yi Xiao's leadership, seemed to be heading down a path they couldn't understand. Even the ancient fishing king was startled, his eyes involuntarily drawn from the float, glancing at the arena with a hint of emotion. Then he turned back to fishing. Not bad. How is this divine ability? Yi Xiao smiled. How? What could Guang Lingzhen say? Would he award him another certificate, the Best Underworld Divine Ability Award? Leaving aside the netherworld technique, this divine ability alone is incredibly miraculous, surpassing even those Earth-level experts in the competition. Similar to a formation used to encircle and kill enemies, but executed using divine abilities, the creator is truly a genius. The Holy Lord Qingfeng's eyes were profound, filled with admiration. He seemed to be able to see through the tomb's earth, seeing the Ma family member desperately leaping and jumping within, trying to rise from the dead. Immediately, he asked curiously, why didn't we see such a divine ability in the previous competition? The others were also puzzled. They couldn't believe that Yi Xiao had created such a divine ability in just 7 days, and yet had his disciple master it in such a short time. His extraordinary talent was undeniable. The problem was that his disciple's talent wasn't high. Even a saint's son couldn't possibly cultivate a divine ability to the minor accomplishment level in 7 days. There was only one possibility. That one was the previous grandmother, who had already cultivated this divine ability to a profound level. It was created not long ago, and I've only been letting these disciples cultivate it these past few days. Yi Xiao chuckled, speaking frankly. Such a netherworld technique, it really was created by you? Guang Lingzhen and the others were shocked, wondering to themselves how powerful this guy's comprehension was. Even 100 Earth-level techniques weren't his limit. However, after hearing the latter half of Yi Xiao's sentence, they all fell silent, their eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Although we old fellows are old, we're not senile. In just a few days, you've cultivated a divine ability to the minor accomplishment level? Young man, don't speak so unreasonably. Guang Lingzhen glanced at them, completely disbelieving. 1,000 years ago, he was also a renowned genius of the Kengyuan, having encountered countless heaven-level divine abilities from both righteous and demonic races. It was fundamentally impossible to cultivate a divine ability to the minor accomplishment level in just a few days. Others questioned it, but didn't say much, instead asking, does this divine ability have a name? Burying alive. That really fits the situation. The crowd fell silent. They continued to observe. Initially, there was some movement inside the tomb, and Ma family even used immense force to break through dozens of layers of concrete. But unfortunately, the tomb was too solid. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through the last layer and get out. What was most astonishing was that as time passed, Ma family's aura inside became weaker and weaker, his true essence seemingly absorbed by the tomb's soil, making people fearful. This divine ability is absolutely top tier among the initial heavenly level. It's even comparable to the mid-level. This and that fake divine ability are equally matched. It's hard to imagine this is a divine ability created by a junior in the true profound realm. The crowd became increasingly astonished. This divine ability, without any precautions, was very difficult to counter, directly disrupting the strategies that the Pyomio disciples had previously planned. Taijuan Kingzhen wins. Finally, the Taoist robe referee announced the result. If this continued, they might really be buried alive. Damn! Is this Taijuan Holy Land finished? How can there still be such a divine ability? The tomb began to crumble. Several Pyomio disciples cursed loudly, quickly pulling Magia out of the tomb. Magia's face was purple with frustration, as if he had been trapped. He was dragged away in a dying state. Ha ha ha! I win! Wang Zhen laughed wildly, wiggling his hips playfully, showing his joy. This is the result of 7 days of secret cultivation. Next time we go on stage, we must be prepared. As long as we don't get buried in this mud, we can crush Taijuan. Zishang Wang cursed resentfully, vowing to make Taijuan disciples pay. He used a spear. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. Did the other party want to bury him alive? Almost impossible. This is also good news. At least we've discovered the result of Taijuan's 7 days of secret cultivation. As long as we are prepared, we can definitely defeat them. Su Fengliu encouraged his disciples. Hearing this, everyone's spirits were greatly boosted, and they readily agreed. This is your Taijuan disciple's trump card. Protect it well, and you can win. Guangling Zhen looked at him intently, probing, but Yishaya was like an old Buddha in deep meditation, completely unresponsive. Upon seeing this, Lord Gim Lang smiled. This disregard for the person's appearance only confirmed to him that Tai Haiyan only had this trump card. As for the three-eyed true monarch, his expression was somewhat strange, and he shook his head inwardly. For these 7 days, Wang Zhen and the others had been cultivating like demons, without sleep or rest. In the end, he even personally intervened, taking 10 disciples to attend the funeral at the fastest speed. In just a few days, he had seen over 100 people off. He was never idle. At night, he practiced the broken limb demon slaying technique and burying alive techniques. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. Time was running out. Although they hadn't cultivated to a profound level, they were fully prepared to face the Saint Sons below. Piao Miao Luo Feng versus Kunlun Li He. As the referee's voice rang out, 2 figures ascended the stage. Without further ado, their spears struck like dragons, their fists like mountains, instantly intertwining in a fierce battle. In the end, Li He was no match for Luo Feng and was defeated by Du Sheng. One decisive battle followed another, with Saint Sons unleashing their full power, suppressing equally powerful opponents and showcasing their terrifying physiques and inner strength. The spectators in the stands were filled with excitement. However, when another Taijuan disciple ascended the stage, the atmosphere instantly became dull. Taijuan Wangli, that unremarkable young man, the one who started crying as soon as he got on. Many recognized him and disliked him. Liu Yizhang, in particular, had bloodshot eyes. Last time, this guy was a bit weak and didn't make him cry to death. And Wang Li's opponent was Du Sheng, that guy who was almost on par with Li Ling, the little merchant king. He's little worthless person. Come up. Du Sheng's face was full of arrogance, his eyes contemptuously looking at Wang Li. For some reason, when he looked at Wang Li, he instinctively wanted to laugh. He felt extremely uncomfortable inside and really wanted to stomp on Wang Li. Okay. Wang Li nodded, took out a wooden wheelchair from his storage bag, sat down, and then pushed the wheelchair onto the stage. This wheelchair was designed by Yishaya himself for them. He was previously an astonishing master of alchemy. They called him Good News for the disabled, believing Yishaya to be a genius in alchemy. What is this? Feng Queer looked curiously at Wang Li sitting in the wheelchair, then looked at Guangling Zhen and Xingfeng, the Holy Lord. The two exchanged glances, their expressions far from pleasant. How would we know? With their vast knowledge, they really couldn't guess. You're not disabled. What are you doing sitting here? Du Sheng, who had prepared himself for the opponent to bring a pile of grave earth, was somewhat wide-eyed at this, not knowing what to do. Not disabled. Wang Li nodded, then with a crack, severed one leg from the thigh down and threw it in the corner of the arena. I am disabled now. Sitting in a wheelchair is perfectly reasonable, right? Wang Li then pulled out a horn, giving an embarrassed smile. Du Sheng's face trembled, and everyone in the stands was also greatly startled. Damn it, he's a ruthless person. Even Yan Lingzhen and Zhu Yizhenren narrowed their eyes, speculating that he was about to switch limbs. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. At this moment, everyone was curious and suspicious, wanting to know what kind of divine power this guy would display. In your Taijuan Holy Land, besides the Holy Sun, are there any ordinary people at all? Du Sheng roared. He felt like a dog biting a hedgehog, with nowhere to bite. He really didn't understand what kind of trick this guy was playing, and he was afraid of accidentally falling into a trap. How is my Taijuan Holy Land not ordinary? A normal sacred place, a normal disciple. Wang Li frowned. He felt insulted. Du Sheng's face turned green, staring at Wang Li's leg, cursing inwardly. What the hell do you mean normal? He just came up and chopped off my leg. He doesn't even know how to do that. Be careful. You must be careful. Du Sheng took a deep breath, slowly approaching Wang Li, the true essence flowing in his spear, emitting a bright light. He walked very slowly, not daring to be careless. What a pity. Wang Li saw this and felt a little disappointed. He had originally wanted to surprise them. Clearly, these Misty sect disciples were somewhat like snakes that are afraid of ropes for 10 years after being bitten. All right. Wang Li shook his head, picked up the horn, and his expression suddenly became solemn, like a soldier on the battlefield. Come. Everyone's spirits lifted. They held their breath and closely approached the horn in Wang Li's hand. Could it be the divine music theory? Surely, the divine music theory isn't primarily based on instruments like the zither and the flute. What kind of instrument is this? The Holy Lord Xingfeng was astonished. Regardless of whether it was the righteous or demonic paths, the path of music wasn't non-existent. In fact, there were many. However, most of them focused on the zither, its strings vibrating, ethereal and enchanting, captivating people. Music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The zither ranked first, proving its status. It was also a top choice for self-cultivation and character development, representing elegance, conveying emotions, purify the soul, and possessing the ability to calm the mind. Like the saintess of the ethereal Holy Land, born with a zither heart, playing the zither like a fleeting dream, graceful like an immortal, truly the most fitting for the immortal path. But this zither, it had never appeared in the cultivation world before. So it's a musical divine ability, Du Yingyi thought, suddenly relaxing, scoffing disdainfully. Even if it was a musical divine ability, he wasn't afraid. Of course, he didn't recognize this musical instrument. Given his superior stature, how could he have ever encountered such a filthy mortal object? A melody that breaks the heart and soul. Where on the ends of the earth can one find a kindred spirit? Wang Li sighed, blowing the trumpet. Ding! The piercing, high-pitched trumpet sound instantly shattered Du Sheng's heart. A mournful, sharp, and overwhelming cacophony filled the entire arena. Initially cheerful, the melody quickly descended, becoming mournful and sorrowful. Holy cow! This is a funeral dirge. In the stands, countless people trembled, staring in stunned silence. Under the blazing sun, they felt as if they could see figures in mourning clothes, carrying coffins. Playing the tune across the stage, it sent shivers down their spines. What kind of melody is this? It's incredibly powerful. The angel investor felt a chill run down his spine. At first, it sounded unpleasant, but the more he listened, the more he wanted to hear it. It was incredibly mesmerizing. Oh, the young men and women, lacking life experience and with weak resistance, felt increasingly inclined to cry as they listened, tears streaming down their faces. Stop crying! Your father isn't dead yet. Several adults nearby cursed loudly, a hand slapping them, instantly silencing their crying. Can't you even get a little bit of worldly stuff? Guang Lingzhen's face darkened as he looked at Yi Xiaoyao. Qingfeng Saint Lord and Jiu True Immortal were also stunned. If music in their hearts was the image of a beautiful fairy, then at this moment, the voice sounded like an old ruffian, grabbing the beautiful fairy, stripping her naked, and whipping her. It was utterly pathetic. At this moment, everyone's understanding of the Tao of sound law completely collapsed. They were all stunned. Stop! Du Sheng couldn't bear it any longer and roared angrily. A point of cold light shot forward, then the spear, like a dragon, struck Wang Li in his wheelchair with terrifying true essence fluctuations. Boom! But a trumpet-like sound, like a wave, roared towards Du Sheng. The terrifying sound waves, carrying penetrating power, directly shattered Du Sheng's defensive shield and struck his body. Theft! Du Sheng felt his head hit. The pain was excruciating, and he almost went mad. Soul Dao divine ability. Guang Lingzhen's pupils contracted. He suddenly turned to look at Yi Xiaoyao, his shock and disbelief indescribable. Attacking the soul divine ability is extremely rare. Creating one is 100 times more difficult than ordinary divine ability. He couldn't imagine it. How on earth did Yi Xiaoyao create this? The others were also shocked, all looking towards Yi Xiaoyao. Two consecutive divine abilities. This couldn't possibly have been cultivated before the competition, otherwise it would have been displayed long ago. There's only one possibility. Yi Xiaoyao created them 7 days ago. And under his guidance, these disciples have all achieved some success. But is that even possible? Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoyao, standing firmly on the fishing platform, his eyes calm, like the unchanging golden body of an eternal Buddha. Holy cow! This musical divine ability is specifically designed to injure the soul. This is the weakness of all low-level cultivators. Too abnormal. A commotion erupted in the stands. Ah! Du Sheng was in unbearable pain, retreating frantically until he was 100 feet away, his head still feeling as if it were being torn apart. Is this your trump card? I don't believe you can defeat me. Du Sheng's eyes blazed red, his vital energy surged, condensing into a dragon shape. He bit down on the spear and thrust it towards Wang Li again. A vast sword intent intertwined with it, blocking this terrifying soul attack. Clang! The sound of the spear rippled, blocking the dragon-shaped spear's energy wave after wave. Even with the spear's intent blocking it, tiny, weak sound waves still touched his soul. His soul was constantly being wounded, and he could only unleash 3/10 of his strength. Charge! Du Sheng's eyes twisted in rage as he roared, gripping the spear and thrusting the spearhead towards Wang Li, the spot between the eyebrows 3 inches away. Ha ha ha! I'll let you blow it. He bared his teeth and laughed wildly. He was overjoyed. But before he could take another step, a large foot, carrying immense force, brutally kicked him to the ground. His chest caved in and he vomited a large amount of blood. He was completely unprepared. He hadn't anticipated it at all. Du Sheng felt dizzy and disoriented. A foul stench assaulted his nostrils, making him feel nauseous. He looked closely and saw only a foot standing beside him. Looking up again, nothing, only 1 foot. Wang Li chopped off that foot. How did this move? Du Sheng's scalp tingled, wondering if he was hallucinating. Bang, bang, bang. That foot seemed alive, grabbing his head and stomping wildly. The powerful foot stomped, almost crushing him to the bone, adding to the pungent smell of the foul foot. Beside him, a more piercing, mournful trumpet-like attack assaulted his soul. At this moment, Du Thang vaguely saw his grandmother, who had died many years ago, smiling and beckoning to him. Taijuan Wang Li, winner. The referee in the Taoist robe looked at the other end of the arena, where a leg was wildly kicking Du Sheng's head. His expression changed, and he immediately announced, if this continued, Du Sheng wouldn't die, but he would become an idiot. Boom! The horn stopped, its echo still lingering in the ears. Wang Li cleared his throat and pushed the wheelchair forward. Then, under countless gazes, he silently picked up the long legs that resembled carp still splashing in the water and put them back on his body. Then he stood up, as if nothing had happened, and put away the wheelchair and horn. Damn it! Is this even possible? 1 leg can harm someone. What kind of divine ability is this? This is probably the craziest thing in this competition. The stands were in an uproar, everyone's hair standing on end. This was even more bizarre than Little Diamond's prosthetic leg replacement a few days ago. I can't tell. I really can't tell. In the end, it's me who's crazy, or them. Many disciples' eyes were hazy, their expressions filled with anguish. They felt that the divine abilities they cultivated were fake. Is this also a divine ability created by the Taijuan clan? Many looked towards the young man's figure on the platform, dressed in white, seemingly untouched by the world. Yet, he inexplicably exuded great terror. This was the truly bizarre founder of divine abilities. Don't tell me you created this in 7 days and taught it to these disciples. Guanglingzhen stared at Yi Xiao. His focus was different from others. Previously, he suspected that those 100 divine abilities were created by Yi Xiao over several years. But now, he was somewhat shaken. What shattered his understanding even more was that Yi Xiao's ability to teach divine abilities seemed even more terrifying. Otherwise, how could these disciples have cultivated these divine abilities to such a profound level in just 7 days? This doesn't make sense. Let's assume so. Yi Xiao thought for a moment, neither denying nor needing to deny it. Hiss! Qingfeng Saint Lord and Jiu True Immortal gasped in disbelief. Creating 3 divine abilities in 7 days. Moreover, they are all heaven-grade, powerful, and sinister. This time, the Julie Phoenix clan is inviting all directions, and we will inevitably clash with those demonic brats of the demonic Tao. It seems we need to invite him to teach us, these saint sons. The 9 Nether Immortal looked at the immortal Xiangzhen and transmitted a message. Their cultivation levels were higher than Yi Xiao's, but their teaching skills were vastly inferior. It was a world of difference. To be able to train ordinary Taijuan disciples to this level was enough to prove their ability to endure. That's right, this time at the banquet, we can't say for sure whether we'll be able to glimpse their treasure, the 9-leaf Phoenix tablet. It's rumored that the 9-leaf Phoenix ancestor left behind this, containing the scriptures and techniques of a great emperor. With this guy around, perhaps we can truly comprehend the Phoenix clan's great emperor techniques from it. Our disciples can also benefit. As they spoke, the two made up their minds, their gazes towards Yi Xiao as if he were a priceless treasure. Meanwhile, on the arena, the battles continued. Several great saint sons finally engaged in combat. The fighting was fierce, surpassing the previous few times. Among them, the slaughtering god body of the Guisu Holy Land, with his 3-bladed sword, was the most ferocious, continuously defeating the Sun and Moon Holy Sun and the Kunlun Holy Sun, Su Cheng. No one could withstand the third sword. As for the Misty Holy Sun, Su Fengliu, his combat power was the most exaggerated, defeating Yuanjing of the Divine Sword Holy Land. To this day, his physique has not been revealed. His strength seems bottomless, its end unseen. As for the heavenly master Zhang Jianyan, his strength is a mystery. He would surrender to any other holy son, a cowardly bunch. The Qingfeng Holy Lord glared, his beard bristling. Alas, this time, the misty Holy Land will probably be claimed. These dozen or so disciples of the Taijuan Holy Land are too ferocious. They either bury the living or blow trumpets, completely useless. The 9 Nether True Immortal watched for a long time, sighing. Especially the trumpet blowing, which specializes in injuring the divine soul, greatly reducing the combat power of the misty Holy Land disciples. The strangest thing was, after Wang Li's incident, each person who went up would cut off their own leg, using it to attack the enemy, while also playing a trumpet. The saint sons below were almost unable to defend themselves. Li Ling, the young boxing champion Luo Feng, and a few others were all defeated. They didn't even get a chance to fight. And when they encountered the Saint Sun, the Taijuan disciples directly conceded. At this level, even if they fought to the death, it would be very difficult to defeat them. Just a little short of a tie. The Qingfeng Saint Lord glanced at the Taoist robe referee's water mirror. There are only 10 people left on the stage. Besides the Saint Sun, there's only Wang Li, a Taijuan disciple, Wang Li. The 9 Nether True person said slowly, the atmosphere in the arena now extremely heated. Undoubtedly, the biggest dark horse in this world was this seemingly unremarkable fellow, Taijuan Wang Li, finally. The Emperor Qi's Saint Sun will face the Supreme Mystic King Li. As the referee's voice faded, the entire arena instantly fell silent. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the Supreme Being. Only Wang Li remains. This dark horse hasn't yet fought against a Saint Sun of the same level. The Emperor Qi's Saint Sun is currently ranked 5th in points, even stronger than the Kunlun, Divine Sword, and Penglai Saint Suns. The Human King Physique. One more step and it will be close to the 10 great divine physiques, the Human Emperor Physique. Everyone marveled. The Human Emperor Physique is extremely ancient. Tracing back to the mythological era, no one had discovered a physique more extraordinary than this. Although the Human King Physique might seem inferior, it's enough to suppress everything. Wang Li has used all his trump cards. Relying on those bizarre divine abilities, he's probably still no match for the Emperor Qi's Saint Son. Guanglingzhen narrowed his eyes and said slowly. Then, the people around the Qingfeng Holy Lord all looked towards Yi Xiaoyao, wanting to know what other trump cards this guy had up his sleeve. It seemed that all his trump cards had already been revealed. Do you still want to fight? I know all your trump cards perfectly well, and I can break them all. Admit defeat, you can't get this point. The Emperor Qi's Saint Son, like a mortal emperor, possessed an inexplicable regal aura. He calmly looked at Wang Li, stating the facts. Wang Li remained silent, then he looked at Yi Xiaoyao. Given his temperament, he was absolutely incapable of dying alongside someone. The Taizhuan Dog King wasn't just for show. Little ancestor, you've helped me a great deal. This time, I, Wang Li, will certainly not let you down. Wang Li took a deep breath, looking at the Emperor Qi's Saint Son. Why be so? The Emperor Qi's Saint Son shook his head. Don't be so stubborn. Yi Xiaoyao seemed to understand something, sighing softly. That divine ability was indeed a case of killing 1,000 enemies but suffering 800 casualties. You came here to compete for first place and enter the Heavenly Master Scripture Repository. Naturally, I can't let all your efforts go to waste. Wang Li shook his head, his gaze resolute. Below, immediately in front of everyone, he had Zhao Zikeng and the others move a cypress tree. This tree was dug up from the graveyard. Wang Li silently took out a red string, swung the branch, and then tied a noose. This divine ability, I have been cultivating it since the very beginning. No one is more knowledgeable than me today. I, Wang Li, will lend a hand to the team. Wang Li screamed, plunging his head into the noose, hanging him in midair. His face gradually turned green, then purple. His eyeballs bulged, and his tongue protruded. He was directly hanged from the large tree. His body slowly grew cold. The entire scene was silent. The arena was completely silent. The sun hung high in the sky. It was already midday, but everyone felt a chill run down their spines. In their eyes, Wang Li's body was icy cold, his spirit flickering, like a dying candle, clearly a picture of impending death. Dead. What's going on? Why did he commit suicide? What did I miss? Did I travel through time? Is it 1 minute later? After a moment of silence, the arena erupted in shock, figures suddenly standing up, utterly disbelieving. In a sacred land competition, death was rare. With the Dao-slaying kings of the great sacred lands present, death was impossible. But now, this dark horse, Wang Li, had directly entered a state of impending death. And in the most bizarre way, he hanged himself, suicide. What's happening? The Holy Lord Danfeng stood up, his expression uncertain and apprehensive. With his cultivation, he could see that Wang Li was practically on the verge of death. If he didn't save him, it would be the end of him. He looked towards Yi Xiaoyao and the three-eyed true monarch. The two remained motionless, clearly showing no intention of saving him. Is this also a bizarre divine ability? No matter how bizarre it is, it shouldn't be a hanging, right? The 9 nether true immortal, Guanglingzhen, and others couldn't remain calm. Feng Queer's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. This is... The ancient fishing master in the air was moved for the first time. He lowered his head to look at the arena, his eyes filled with disbelief. As a figure who lived in the ancient times, he knew more about some lost techniques than anyone else here. But how could this be? No matter what tricks you play, you still can't escape your fate of defeat. Seeing this, the Emperor Qi's Saint Son frowned, coldly snorted, and directly walked away. But the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. Bang! In the void, it was as if an invisible rope wrapped around his neck, suddenly lifting him up. He was suspended in midair, a meter above the ground. A mark on his neck was pressed down, rapidly tightening, as if to strangle him to death. Ah! The Emperor Qi's Saint Son was startled, his face gradually turning green and purple, his throat becoming increasingly constricted, and he couldn't speak at all. He struggled, his physical body glowing. A majestic emperor seemed to appear behind him, and his true essence surged like a golden river of light. Erupting wildly, the intention was to pull and break the invisible rope around his neck. His throat tightened, then loosened slightly, but he still couldn't break free. Emperor Qi's Saint Son felt a terrifying sensation. The invisible rope was still gripping him. He felt like a dying fish, desperately craving freedom. What's going on? What's happening? At this moment, everyone was shaken, watching this bizarre scene, their skin crawling. They channeled their cultivation, their eyes gleaming, but still couldn't see what was on Emperor Qi's Saint Sun's neck. This was too terrifying, no less frightening than a mortal encountering a ghost. What kind of divine power is this? It's from the hands of the Taijuan ancestor. What kind of monstrous thing has he created? On the viewing platform, several elders simultaneously looked at Yi Xiaoyao, as if they were looking at the king of hell. It was all predictable, undoubtedly a divine ability, but they had never seen such a sinister technique before and couldn't comprehend it. Only a few elders from the great sacred lands frowned, as if remembering something. Their expressions were horrified, their faces filled with disbelief. No need to guess, this is a curse. Even in the primordial era, it was extremely rare. In that era, those proficient in curses could be counted on the fingers of one hand. Perhaps only the great demonic witch god and our high priest were somewhat skilled. The primordial fish king sighed. Curses, in the primordial era, were a kind of bizarre forbidden art, difficult to defend against. To cast them, one had to sacrifice hundreds of lives. Their power was naturally far more terrifying than similar divine abilities, once becoming a nightmare for the saints of the Azure Abyss realm. It could kill from 1,000 miles away, leaving no escape, and even sacred artifacts couldn't defend against it. Of course, cultivating the gate is also the highest level. No matter how unparalleled your physique, without talent in this aspect, you cannot cultivate it successfully. What? Everyone was completely astonished, their eyes converging on Yi Xiaoyao, a shiver running down their spines. Previously, when the Taijuan disciples displayed their divine abilities, they could still find flaws. But the curse, however, had not the slightest flaw. Could this really be something you created? Guang Lingjun's face trembled, unable to maintain his composure. This was far more impactful than creating 100 divine abilities. If creating a single Earth-level technique was 100 times more difficult, then creating a curse was 100,000 times more difficult, or even higher. The sacred land of DQ, why won't you admit defeat? This guy's physical body and cultivation are very powerful. He can resist for a while, but he can't resist for too long. If things go wrong, he'll really hang himself. Yi Xiaoyao said calmly, his eyes serene. The gray-robed old man from the Emperor's Hill Holy Land turned pale, both frightened and angry. This little bastard is truly not human. He even has a curse, and that disciple has even successfully cultivated it. This curse sacrifice isn't about someone else's life, but this kid's own life force. Aren't you afraid he'll die first? The gray-robed old man gritted his teeth. He could clearly see that Wang Li's aura was on the verge of death, and he could die at any moment. He couldn't be saved. It all depended on who could withstand the other. Don't worry, your holy son will definitely die first. Besides, with me here, Wang Li won't die. Yi Xiaoyao smiled. This time, the Taijuan disciples are all ruthless. The gray-robed old man remained silent for a moment, watching the Saint Sun leaping and flying in the air above the arena. He waved his hand helplessly, his face filled with a bitter smile. Taijuan King Li wins. The Taoist robe referee quickly announced. Yi Xiaoyao also waved his hand, instructing the Taijuan Saint Sun to carry Wang Li down. After more than half a day, Wang Li's body finally recovered. He opened his eyes and shook his head with a bitter smile. This kind of divine ability had a very high risk factor. Kid, you're really something. Emperor Qi's Saint Sun also fell down, coughing several times in a row, cursing resentfully. The battle was over. It took countless people in the arena more than half a day to recover their senses, silently sighing in admiration. This meant the scores of the Misty Holy Land and the Taijuan Holy Land were now completely tied. Although Wang Li had suffered a great strain and his life force had diminished somewhat, he clearly still had the strength to fight again. However, attempting to cast another curse was impossible. He might end up killing himself first. Dead. Want to win first place? Impossible. Su Fengliu couldn't calm down, staring intently at the Taijuan Saint Sun and Wang Li. They were now evenly matched. As long as he eliminated those two, the Misty Holy Land would still be firmly in first place. Su Fengliu desperately hoped for the next match, so he could suppress these two Unfortunately, fate was not on his side. Wang Li subsequently fought 3 consecutive matches, successively defeating the Kunlun Sect Saint Sun, the Divine Sword Saint Sun, and the Sun and Moon Saint Sun. But he himself couldn't bear the burden any longer. He was severely wounded and retreated dejectedly. The transcendent Misty Holy Land has surpassed the Misty Holy Land by 3 points. Taijuan has finally secured the first place among the 9 great holy lands. My God, last time he was last. This time he directly snatched the top spot. The Taijuan group clearly didn't have a chance to compete, yet every single one of them was a shadow of him. It can be said that he single-handedly transformed the Taijuan disciples into a trump card, securing the top position. Countless people were buzzing with excitement and shock. Their gazes towards Yi Xiao were still filled with disbelief. They found it hard to imagine that this guy was only 8 years old and only in the true Zhuan realm. It was too surreal. Meanwhile, Guangling Zhen, Juyu Zhenren, and Qingfeng Holy Lord sighed together, closing their eyes. This time, the bet was completely lost. The Taijuan Holy Land's total score surpassed the Misty Holy Lands. Relying solely on the Misty Holy Sun was simply not enough to pull them back. The first place in the Holy Land competition was already a foregone conclusion. Next came the individual competition for first place. The Taijuan Saint Sun is far more powerful than the legends say. His extreme yin and extreme softness, using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds, he's currently ranked 3rd, truly invincible. Ha ha! I suddenly admire this person. Without relying on Yi Xiao, he can be so terrifying. Most importantly, he seems to be the only normal person in the Taijuan Holy Land this time. Heaven has eyes. The Taijuan Holy Land has finally produced a normal person. The crowd looked at the Taijuan Saint Sun, their expressions filled with admiration and reverence. The other Taijuan disciples, in their eyes, were like demons crawling out of hell. Not a single one resembled a human. Even the excessively beautiful Sumaoan was like a trumpet blowing, a pile of earth rising from a grave, making people tremble. Only the Taijuan Saint Sun, like a ray of light among demons, an oasis in the desert, illuminated their hearts. Only 3 remain on the platform: Su Fengliu, Ink 3 Blades, and Taijuan Saint Sun. The people from Penglai, Divine Sword, and Kunlun have retreated after serious injuries, unable to fight again. Next, we will decide the top 3 positions. At this moment, everyone in the stands was breathing heavily, their eyes shining brightly with anticipation. Even Guangling Jun and Qingfeng Saint Lord were becoming nervous. The champion of the Holy Land was gone. The number 1 ranked Saint Sun was also gone. The Misty Holy Land would truly lose face. The Holy Son of Guisu versus the Holy Son of Taijuan. Boom! On the arena, there was no unnecessary talk. Mo Ba Dao unleashed 3 consecutive slashes, terrifying blade energy sweeping across the entire arena. Each slash was more terrifying than the last, almost capable of killing a late-stage spirit realm cultivator. The first slash, the Holy Son of Taijuan unleashed a terrifying fist light, blocking it. The second slash, the Holy Son of Taijuan used the Tao of Tai Chi, combining strength and softness, enduring the attack head-on. The third slash, the Holy Son of Taijuan transformed into Taiyan, extreme yin and extreme softness, sacrificing more than half of his power, enduring it at the cost of injury. Your cultivation method is truly monstrous. You've sacrificed so much power. Mo Ba Dao shook his head, finally admitting defeat. True to his name, he only managed 3 slashes. From the beginning of the match, he hadn't even delivered a 4th slash. The Holy Son of Taijuan wins. The Saint Son of Guisu is battling the Saint Son of Piaomiao. The Ink 3 Blades were still 3 blades, but Su Fengliu only used 3 punches to block them. This shocked everyone. Su Fengliu hadn't even used his full strength yet, and countless people wondered what kind of physique this guy possessed. It was simply too terrifying. Saint Son of Piaomiao wins. The final battle, the Misty Saint Sun versus the Supreme Mystic Saint Sun. As the referee's voice fell, the entire arena fell silent. 2 figures slowly ascended the platform. The Misty Saint Sun and the Supreme Mystic Saint Sun will compete for first place. This battle will be difficult. Countless people discussed, speculating on who would ultimately be the strongest Saint Sun in this realm. The winner would be considered the leading figure of this generation, their name renowned throughout the Kangyuan realm, As for the outcome, in everyone's eyes, it was a 50-50th chance. The Misty Saint Sun had not yet revealed his true form. The Supreme Mystic Saint Sun possessed ultimate yin and softness. Any divine power striking him would be directly neutralized by 3 or 4/10 of its power, far surpassing the legendary strength. Guangling Jun prepared the Great Saint artifacts, and Qingfeng Saint Lord prepared to open the scripture repository. Three-Eyed True Monarch was in a good mood. I will fulfill my promise, but this time I will. The most important person is undoubtedly the Misty Saint Sun. Guangling Jun directly changed the subject, letting out in awe. Su Fengliu's physique was too strong. Even he, in his youth, considered himself no match for him. Even if Yunanshan, who was the invincible ruler of the Taijuan Holy Land that year, were to prevail, he wouldn't agree. Tam Nanshan Quan frowned, then suddenly looked towards the arena. I've been looking for a long time, and I can't find that mysterious person from your Taijuan Holy Land. Obviously, it's not you. Tell me, who is he? Su Fengliu stared at the Taijuan Holy Sun. This person before her seemed somewhat effeminate, completely different from the one who had just sent Li Ling flying with a single blow. I don't know. The Taijuan Holy Sun shook her head. She truly didn't know. Oh, it seems it's another cowardly fellow, just like Zhang Tianyan, Su Fengliu said with a cold laugh. After saying this, Zhang Tianyan, who was crouching in the corner below the arena, holding a brush and writing drafts in his notebook, looked up and rolled his eyes. But then, suddenly, he wrote on the page, "Those days, I saw the divine food. All right, I can't lay a hand on women, but men don't matter. I'll beat you almost to death, and I don't believe he can still hide." Su Fengliu's eyes were sharp, his black hair fluttering, a vast and domineering aura soaring into the sky. He walked towards the Taijuan Saint Sun with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, his battle intent overwhelming. My misty holy land is not so easily humiliated. Boom! Su Fengliu's blood surged like a vast ocean, his true essence surging like a raging wave. Above his head, a majestic figure faintly appeared, resembling a demon, its aura devouring thousands of miles like a tiger. This is Immortal Martial Divine Body. Holy cow! The first of the 10 great divine bodies, the Immortal Martial Divine Body. That first battle body. At this moment, countless people felt their hair stand on end, utterly terrified. They finally understood why Su Fengliu hadn't used his full strength until now. With such a physique, how many people of his generation could force him to unleash his full power? The Immortal Martial Divine Body, where physical strength and true essence power can be fused. That power isn't simply a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Furthermore, it's characteristic of becoming stronger the more it fights. Wherever it goes, it's an invincible existence. No wonder you're so confident. No wonder. The Qingfeng Holy Lord looked at Guangling Jun, utterly shocked, a bitter feeling rising in his heart. The 10 great divine bodies surpass all other divine bodies. Each one stands at the ceiling of a certain realm. They are completely unreasonable. Like the first of the 10 great divine bodies, the heavenly word divine body, whose words become law, whoever it says dies, dies. It's known as the greatest verbal body of all time. Curse-type divine abilities originate from the heavenly word divine body. Of course, the drawbacks are also huge. In close combat, this physique is utterly worthless. And the immortal martial god physique also has a short lifespan. Others live 10 years, but he'll only live 6 or 7 years even if he eats until his stomach is full. Ha ha ha. Guangling Jun immediately burst into laughter, his mood joyful for the first time. After laughing, he glanced at Yishaya and Three-Eyed True Monarch, seemingly very pleased. The immortal martial god physique has a special power, a combination of true essence and physical strength. Your sacred land cannot possibly have a corresponding cultivation method. In other words, even if he has the immortal martial god physique, he cannot unleash the full power of this physique. Three-Eyed True Monarch sneered. Previously, the heavenly demon Sun tried every means to seize the blood abyss sex inheritance precisely because of this. The blood immortal physique requires a corresponding cultivation method. Even if he can't unleash its full power, it's enough to suppress you, the Taijuan Saint Sun. Dim Langquan was nonchalant, almost to the point of being overconfident. Seeing this, Yishaya chuckled softly. He had specially crafted a cultivation technique for the Taijuan Saint Sun, one that perfectly suited his physique, so he wouldn't be easily defeated. Kill! Su Fengliu threw a punch, the air instantly exploding, the terrifying pressure almost crushing the arena. At this moment, he revealed his full strength. I unleashed my ultimate power, transforming the limitless into the supreme ultimate. The Taijuan Saint Sun assumed a Tai ultimate stance, his demeanor calm and composed, and pressed out a palm, striking Su Fengliu's fist. His right hand rotated, completely dissipating 3/10 of the latter's force. Even so, he still retreated several steps. I noticed something wrong with your cultivation technique before. How is it so compatible with your physique? Su Fengliu was surprised. This question had puzzled even the three-bladed swordsman who hadn't killed the Taijuan Saint Sun earlier. Here we go again. The Taijuan Saint Sun's expression turned serious, his aura suddenly changing, becoming extremely effeminate, as if boneless, soft and supple, possessing a myriad of charms. For some reason, Su Fengliu's heart pounded. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Marrying the Taijuan Saint Sun was the only thing he could think of. Huh? Impossible. I'm a normal man. How could I be interested in a man? Su Fengliu's expression changed, feeling that his sexuality was somewhat abnormal. Having been through countless romantic encounters, he was quite sensitive in this area. Martial Abyss Divine Fist. Su Fengliu roared, unleashing terrifying power, his movements grand and powerful, like a statue of a war god, attacking the Taijuan Saint Sun. Tai Chi transforms into yin. Taijuan Saintess let out a soft cry, transforming her palms into the Tai Chi symbol, meeting Su Fengliu's furious onslaught. She was like a vast ocean unaffected by Su Fengliu's raging storm and torrential rain, calmly receiving and neutralizing his boundless ferocity. Bang bang! The battle instantly intensified. The ground shook, the arena creaking and groaning like a bed unable to bear the weight, on the verge of collapse. He neutralized 4/10 of my power. How is this possible? Su Fengliu became increasingly astonished as the fight progressed, simply unable to believe it. What kind of matching cultivation technique could bring out the characteristics of the Tai Chi divine body to this extent? Su Fengliu felt a little envious. If I had a matching cultivation technique, I would have long since swept across the land invincible. Wine Thunder Divine Fist. Su Fengliu's fist power changed again. Like divine thunder from the heavens, his attacks even more ferocious. Every move, every technique was enough to suppress any level of Saint Sen. His combat power was terrifying to the extreme. Below the arena, Kunlun, Pyomio Saint Sun and others were all terrified, calling him a freak. The immortal martial divine body was simply incredibly powerful. However, no matter how he attacked, it was like hitting cotton. That unreal feeling was unbearable. And Taijuan Saint Sun. The Tai Chi divine body uses yin as defense and yang as offense. Because she only cultivated the Tai Yin Jade Maiden Heart Sutra created by Yi Xiao, she could only unleash the Tai Chi divine body's essence. The yin defense lacked the yang offense. Dealing with other Saint Suns would be easier, but Su Fengliu's physical body and true essence were too terrifying, and her counterattack power was insufficient. However, this intense scene left countless people in the stands in awe. They hadn't expected the Taijuan Saint Sun to be so formidable. Even Su Fengliu couldn't completely suppress him. Bang! As the setting sun loomed, the battle intensified. With a crack, the Taijuan Saint Sun's hairpin shattered. His long black hair fluttered, and his radiant, fair face, bathed in the red twilight, gave off an astonishing beauty. The originally flowing robe, due to the pressure of the true essence fluctuations, clung tightly to her body, highlighting her graceful and curvaceous figure. Prominent in the front, curvaceous in the back, long legs. Holy cow! Holy cow! Holy cow! Is the Taijuan Saint Sun a woman? Impossible! Absolutely impossible! The Taijuan Saint Sun is clearly a man. When we were 1 or 2 years old, we even played in the mud together. At this moment, let alone the major forces in the stands, even Guangling Jun, Qingfeng Saint Lord, and Three-Eyed True Monarch were stunned. On the Taijuan Holy Land side, Zhao Zicheng, Little Diamond sitting in a wheelchair, the king of the underworld Chen Nanjuan, the despicable king of the underworld, and the Dog King Wang Li were all wide-eyed and speechless. They regretted not slapping themselves for their big mouths. I'm certain I'm not dreaming. This isn't the Taijuan Saint Sun. Who is this? His twin sister. The Sun and Moon Saint Sun's mouth gaped open, speechless and staring in disbelief. Guangling Jun and Qingfeng Saint Lord simultaneously looked towards Three-Eyed True Monarch, their eyes filled with questioning. Is this your saint's son? Three-Eyed True Monarch also frowned, doubting his own existence. He had watched the Taijuan saint's son grow up. He was certain before that he was a human, but now he's become 8. Then, as if remembering something, he stared intensely at Yi Xiaoyao. This Taijuan elder, for the first time, felt a sense of astonishment towards Yi Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, isn't this the cultivation technique you created? What kind of nonsense? Nether True Monarch was stunned, his eyes almost bulging out. You're not joking, are you? Cultivating a cultivation technique that can transform a man into a woman. Then Feng, the Holy Lord, clutched his chest, trembling as he spoke. He felt his thousands of years of traditional thinking had been severely wounded, simply driving him mad. I'm old. I can't handle being scared. Junior brother Ziyao, is this true? Zinkong, the Venerable, swallowed hard. Yi Ziyao was speechless, coughed twice, and finally said nothing. This matter had always been unknown to anyone, but now, his own holy son, no, his own holy daughter was probably going to die. She might even come to his house with a sword and block the door. Silence means acceptance. I accept it. How can this even happen? What kind of cultivation method did you create? Zhu Yuzhen Ren gasped, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Then, searching for words, he cautiously asked could she be pregnant? Yi Ziyao remained silent again. It seemed she could be pregnant. The Holy Lord Thanfeng, the true immortal of 9 Nether, and several other great elders of the Holy Lands felt their scalps tingle, their eyes filled with awe as they looked at Yi Xiaoyao. No divine ability could compare to this cultivation method. So the most ordinary person in the Taijuan Holy Land is actually the most extraordinary. I think the Taijuan ancestor wants to create a path of cultivation that surpasses all ancient and modern times. It's incredibly exaggerated. On the viewing platform, various forces were utterly shocked, feeling like they were going crazy. I'm going to collapse. On the arena, Su Fengliu and Taijuan Holy Son Mo Qingru were fighting. He gazed at the other's cold, peerless face and inhaled the faint fragrance emanating from her. His heart, uncontrollably, pounded rapidly. There are those who kneel down before the other person, their knees touching the hem of their trousers in a moment of emotion. I repeat, I am a man. Chu Qingru was so embarrassed and angry she wanted to die. Her fair face flushed red, like the crimson sunset. In an instant, she exuded an irresistible charm. No one, no matter what, could compare to her unparalleled beauty at this moment. In the north there is a beauty peerless and independent. One glance can overthrow a city, another turn can overthrow a nation. Better not to know the beauty that can overthrow a city and a nation. Such a beauty is hard to find again. The angel investor Li Feng sighed, and the hearts of the men in the audience pounded. This beauty here could probably only be compared to the ancient Empress Feng Queer, Taijuan Sumayan, and Ji Xianyan, who was in seclusion. Yes. Su Fengliu smiled wryly, his offensive inevitably slowing down. There was no way, as the first holy land of the Misty Realm, how could he bear to kill such a stunning beauty? But, even so, his offensive power remained terrifying. As time passed, his immortal martial divine body completely unleashed its terrifying power. The more he fought, the stronger he became, his black hair fluttering, his fists like heavy mountains. Even though he neutralized 4/10 of the opponent's strength, the Taijuan Holy Son was still struck, spitting blood, his internal organs almost shattered. Divine Fist, 9th shock. With a loud bang, Su Fengliu's terrifying fist slammed into the Taijuan Holy Son's palm, a high-frequency shock wave suddenly erupting. The Taijuan Holy Son, using his extreme yin and extreme softness, tried his best to neutralize it, but still couldn't stop it. Theft. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. The Taijuan Holy Son's body flew backward, his face completely pale. Do you still want to fight again? Your 5 vital organs are all out of place, and your true essence is almost completely depleted, Su Fengliu said slowly, his gaze fixed on the Taijuan Saint's son. His physical body and true essence combined, making him significantly stronger than others of the same level. In a war of attrition, the Taijuan Saint's son wouldn't be able to withstand the strain. Moreover, as the battle progressed, his combat power would only grow stronger. The immortal martial divine body, considered the first-ranked body in battle, speaks volumes. I've lost, the Taijuan Saint Sun sighed softly, looking towards the young man's figure in the stands. Well, at least our Holy Land has already secured the top spot. Yishaya shook his head, not overly surprised by the outcome. Su Fengliu possessed the number 1 of the 10 great divine bodies. Even the heavenly demon sun was no match for him. If this person possesses a suitable cultivation technique, their combat power will only increase. It's a pity this guy isn't a demonic cultivator. Otherwise, seizing his essence would yield to many benefits. Yishaya looked at Su Fengliu, narrowing his eyes. He found this guy quite annoying, but he was ultimately a righteous cultivator and hadn't committed any heinous acts. This time, he's indeed the first. The immortal martial divine body is too difficult to deal with, a first-class body in battle. The stands instantly erupted, every gaze directed towards Su Fengliu, filled with admiration. If there are no unexpected events, this guy is most likely to achieve enlightenment and become an emperor thousands of years from now. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Of course, it's only a possibility. There are many supreme geniuses from the ancient race and the demonic path, both openly and secretly, and no one knows who will ultimately prevail. Not to mention the ancient emperor's son who recently caused a stir among the ancient race, the son of the ancient emperor. An emperor's son, without a doubt, his combat power was incredibly formidable. Good. Yan Lingjian finally beamed with pride, laughing heartily. Beside him, the three-eyed true monarch's face darkened. That mysterious figure from the Taijuan Holy Land, why hasn't he shown up yet? Does he still want to be a coward? Come out, let's fight. Su Fengliu didn't descend from the arena, his gaze sweeping across the numerous Taijuan disciples. He had promised Li Ling that he would capture that person and fight him, and he certainly wouldn't break his word. Besides, the incident of being forced to urinate had spread like wildfire. It was too embarrassing to clarify the situation. Yes, and that guy who made Li Ling urinate still hasn't come out. To be able to make Li Ling urinate, his combat power is no weaker than a Saint Sun level fighter. He might even be able to fight Su Fengliu. I'm getting more and more curious. Almost all the disciples of Taijuan have come up, and I haven't seen anyone hiding their strength. As soon as the words were spoken, the other disciples of the Holy Lands on the viewing platform were also shaken. The Holy Sons of Guisu, Ryue, and DQ, among others, showed slight changes in expression, revealing curiosity. As for Li Ling of Piamia Holy Land, upon hearing that name, she almost gnashed her teeth. A lifetime of humiliation. Only Yiziao on the viewing platform had slightly furrowed brows. Kid, you beat my holy son into this state, almost to death. This is a competition. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Yishagao glared at Su Fengliu, calmly saying, there are some things, don't overreact. You're a disciple of the Taijuan sect, not from the Piamia Holy Land. You're still so young, yet you call me a kid. Su Fengliu frowned, dissatisfied. This time, the Holy Land's top position was snatched away by this guy, so he had no intention of showing any respect. Moreover, he possessed the immortal martial divine body, inherently arrogant to the extreme. No matter what, he wouldn't show respect to a mere 8-year-old. Even if I'm not your elder, now that the competition is over, you still want to cause trouble for my Taijuan Holy Land? What's the meaning of that? Yishagao glanced at Guanglingjian and calmly said, Li Ling brought this humiliation upon himself. It's already good that I didn't pick a fight with him. Guanglingjian's face turned pale upon hearing this, and he glared at Yishayao. To speak ill of his son right in front of him was unbearably embarrassing. You can beat him, but you can't humiliate him. If you humiliate him, you must pay a price. Su Fengliu didn't back down at all. Guanglingjian couldn't say anything. He didn't have many reservations. A price? That's ridiculous. I see you're used to being domineering, and since you've gone astray, I might as well give you a good brainwash. Yishaya was also somewhat angry. His face was icy cold as he slowly rose and walked slowly down the stairs towards the center of the dueling arena. What? You want to fight me? Tu Fengliu was stunned, his expression strange, his brows furrowed. I admit your aptitude is exceptionally high, but aptitude is aptitude, not strength. He saw that Yishaya was only in the true profound realm. Just as he'd heard, the Taijuan group was known for lying around doing nothing, not liking to cultivate. Even after 3 months, he hadn't made much progress. His own strength was even less than that of an ordinary Taijuan disciple. Xiaoyao Jr. brother, the saint's son, is indeed a bit arrogant, but young people are like that. It's unavoidable. I'll lecture him later. Guanglingzhen sighed. Here, no one could see through Yi Xiaoyao's cultivation. The latter had a miraculous chip protecting him. Even Guanglingzhen's divine eyes couldn't see through it. However, this wasn't unexpected. As the only male heir of the Yi family, he naturally possessed a protective treasure. Xiaoyao Jr. brother, why bother arguing with him? Calculate. The Holy Lord Danfeng also said that he was worried that the young man Su Fengliu would act without restraint, and if he were to be too cruel to Yi Xiaoyao. Not to mention those disciples of the Taijuan sect who had always followed the 4 ancestors of the Blood God sect. They wouldn't give up their intentions either. Moreover, Yi Xiaoyao possessed extraordinary talent and the ability to create his own techniques, so the 8 great holy lands needed to prioritize befriending him. Later, when he went to the 9 left Phoenix clan, he could also rely on his talent to guide these holy sons to deal with that ancient emperor's son. Calculations, once, then 2 or 3 more times causing trouble for my Taijuan sect. If I give it again, my Taijuan sect will be too despised. Those who don't know might think that my Taijuan sect's victory was due to covert manipulation and a dark scheme. Yi Xiaoyao slowly walked onto the arena, calmly saying, he didn't discuss these matters. His fist and sword techniques had reached a crucial point, and he needed someone to sharpen them thoroughly. HMPH, you're even more arrogant than me. If that's the case, then I'll grant your wish and give you my chance to fight. After dealing with you, I'll find that mysterious guy. Su Fengliu snorted, his left hand behind his back, his right hand outstretched, waving towards Yi Xiaoyao. How about 1 move each? You go first. If you can break through my defense, then I'll consider myself defeated. Then I'll strike using only 3/10 of my strength. If you can withstand it, then I'll also consider myself defeated. Su Fengliu's words weren't meant to be dismissive. 3/10 of his strength is something even a peak true core realm cultivator might not be able to withstand, let alone a true Zhuan realm cultivator. Su Fengliu, don't go too far. Absolutely not. No, just don't fight at all. Just stand there and let Yi Xiaoyao beat you up. Exactly. In the stands, the powerful figures were all startled, and a clamor of voices arose. Some young women even glared at Su Fengliu, then anxiously looked towards Yi Xiaoyao. They were waiting for the competition to end, looking for an opportunity to conquer Yi Xiaoyao, either by seducing him or by using a powerful drug to forcefully take him. They couldn't afford to be defeated. Are you capable or not? If not, then get down and let that mysterious person come out. Su Fengliu heard those reprimands, his face darkened, and he showed even less favor towards Yi Xiaoyao, the #1 most affectionate person in the misty Holy Land, yet he was being criticized by those women. His charm was even less than that of an 8-year-old. Okay. Yi Xiaoyao nodded, slowly stepping forward, keeping a distance of 10 meters from Su Fengliu. Stretch out 1 arm. Su Fengliu snorted coldly, not taking it to heart at all. All right, let junior brother Xiaoyao vent his anger. Qingfeng Saint Lord, Jiyu True Immortal, and others didn't stop him. They were still counting on Yi Xiaoyao to teach their disciples, and perhaps even impart 1 or 2 divine techniques. Besides, with them around, Su Fengliu had no chance to make a move. So he's only in the true profound realm. I thought he was something special. Julie Phoenix Clan's Feng Coyer heard the others' discussions and couldn't help but pout, very disappointed. Her purpose in sitting here was to observe the geniuses of the 9 great sacred lands and perhaps to recruit her elder brother into her ranks. Only Three-Eyed True Monarch had a strange expression, looking at Su Fengliu as if he were an idiot. Boom! Suddenly, the setting sun in the west was directly obscured by a gigantic monster, casting down a massive shadow. A huge, black hand, 300 meters in diameter, like swatting a fly, suddenly slammed Su Fengliu into the ground. Crack! Crack! Like tofu, the giant hand directly pressed 2 meters deep into the arena, cracks spreading in all directions like a spiderweb. Still using the heaven and earth's elemental energy to form such power, Yi Xiaoyao sighed upon seeing this. Then he slowly raised his giant hand. He was in the spirit realm, able to borrow a trace of the heaven and earth's power. his every movement completely incomparable to those half-step spirit realm cultivators on the competition. Boom, boom. Debris rained down into the deep pit. In the very center of the pit, Su Fengliu's spear was stuck in the ground, revealing a blood-soaked head. What happened? He looked up, somewhat bewildered, his head buzzing. As expected of the immortal martial divine body, I'm increasingly envious. Yi Xiao sighed upon seeing this. It must be said, Su Fengliu was very strong. His physical body and true essence, if cultivated to their limits, would have long since been crushed into a pulp by a single blow. Clang! The black giant hand, like swatting a mole, relentlessly pounded Su Fengliu's head in the deep pit. The air exploded, the ground shook, and the entire arena was shattered, sinking 4 or 5 meters deep. Terrifying tremors stirred up a storm, shaking the entire arena. That feels good. It's still better to swat a mole to relieve stress. Yi Xiaoya's previous gloomy mood vanished completely, his eyebrows relaxed, and his face was full of joy. Extraordinarily happy. Last time it was such a stress-relieving moment. It was still the same old scene from his previous life. Lying in bed watching videos, watching some presenter wielding a small shovel and knife, trimming a donkey's hooves. Clang bang! Yi Xiao became even more excited, completely lost in himself. His large hands frantically hitting the groundhog, the frequency increasing with each strike. His small mouth twitched, the pleasure almost reaching his ears. So comfortable. It's so damn good. The blood-red setting sun, splashing ink across the entire Heavenly Master's sacred land, added a crimson cloak to Yi Xiao, highlighting his resemblance to a god or demon. The entire arena trembled. Countless people stared blankly at the center of the arena, simply unable to believe their eyes. The leading figure of the 9 great sacred lands, the invincible immortal martial god, was now being brutally defeated by Yi Xiao with a single blow. How is this possible? Isn't he just in the true profound realm? Is this really a true profound realm? This is the most deeply hidden one in the entire Taijuan realm. It's truly ridiculous. I thought he wasn't qualified to participate in the competition, but it turns out he disdained to participate. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth, that's the hallmark of the spirit realm. 8-year-old spirit realm, unbelievable. The investors, both angelic and demonic, and the major sects and families, all suddenly stood up at this moment. Their expressions filled with shock as they gazed at the young man's figure in the courtyard. An 8-year-old reaching the spirit realm wasn't uncommon. Even the ancient princes and ancient emperors, with their vast resources, could achieve it. But it's worth noting that Yi Xiao, just over 3 months ago, wasn't even in the true profound realm. In 3 months, he had surpassed to major realms. Is this the cultivation talent of a mortal? Impossible. Someone doubted, while others exchanged glances, still shaken. There was only one example of mortal cultivation. No one knew what kind of talent one possessed to embark on the path of cultivation. What they saw was truly exaggerated. Your Taijuan Holy Land truly has hidden its true potential. Guang Lingzhen's pupils narrowed, his face filled with shock. He glared fiercely at the 3-eyed true monarch, gritting his teeth. Dog's ass lying flat. Dog's ass fishing. Can fishing reach the spirit realm? It's all just rumors. This time, in the competition, not a single one of the 9 great saint sons entered the spirit realm. This was originally a huge hurdle, difficult to overcome. But now, that kid who was very weak from beginning to end is the most terrifying guy in this competition. It seems I was overthinking things. Zhang Qianyan isn't even this kid's dog. He transformed from a tiny ant into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Qingfeng Saint Lord was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Before, he had advised Yi Xiao to cultivate diligently and catch up with the Saint Sons. Now look, is there even a need to catch up? Even the first-place winner, Su Fengliu, was utterly defeated. The 9 Nether True Immortal, the Void Supreme Immortal, the Moonlight Immortal, and the other elders of the 9 great sacred lands were all wide-eyed with inexplicable shock. After that, they all had unpleasant expressions on their faces. They felt that this competition, in front of Yi Xiao, had become a complete joke. It was just a game for him. And the reward was simply the money from the previous bet. I figured it out. This kid set a trap for us from the very beginning. We old geezers fell right into it without even realizing it. The gray-robed old man from the Emperor's Hill Holy Land turned green with anger. Damn, what is this? The first round was ruined by an 8-year-old. What are we? Trash. The disciples of the 9 great holy lands, the Sun and Moon Holy Sun, Kunlun Sicheng, Emperor's Hill Holy Sun, were all shaken, their hands trembling. Yi Xiaoyao's big hand not only slapped Su Fengliu's face, but theirs too. He crushed all their arrogance with one kick. Now it seems that the mysterious person that night was Yi Xiaoyao, right? Li Ling turned his head, glaring fiercely at Taizhuan and his disciples. He now knew the mysterious person's identity, but he didn't dare retaliate. Didn't he see that even his senior brother had been beaten? Don't look at us, we didn't know the young master was such a pervert. Feng She, Wang Zhen, and the others looked innocent, turning to look at Yi Xiaoyao with eyes full of fanaticism and adoration. This was their young master. You brought this humiliation upon yourselves. He originally didn't intend to attack. To avoid embarrassing your holy land, it's you who don't know what's good for you. Taizhuan's holy son, Mo Qingru, snorted coldly. She now found the people of the misty holy land very unpleasant. Since descending from the arena, several men had approached her. Hearing this, the group felt embarrassed. Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar erupted. Su Fengliu, his black hair fluttering, his eyes bloodshot, finally crawled out from the ground, narrowly escaping Yi Xiaoyao's grasp. So you're the biggest dark horse in this sacred land competition. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Su Fengliu, covered in blood, looked at Yi Xiaoyao with shock and disbelief, then burst into laughter. His laughter grew louder and louder, like a raging storm, sweeping across the entire arena. Yi Xiaoyao, you've truly surprised me, a huge surprise, and a pleasant one at that. Today, I want you to help me break through to the spirit realm. Su Fengliu, like a tiger breaking free from its shackles, his eyes bloodshot, laughed loudly, his fighting spirit surging like a tidal wave. The immortal martial divine body, a top-tier battle body, was not merely superficial. Even more so, it's the inherent belligerence factor. Now that's interesting. Yi Xiaoyao looked at Su Fengliu, who, despite enduring more than a dozen blows, still looked energetic and lively. He narrowed his eyes. He had underestimated the potential of the immortal martial divine body. A typical M-type physique, the more he fought, the more excited he became, and the stronger his aura grew. He could even feel his chaos immortal demon technique circulating much faster, and he was very eager for the essence of the immortal martial divine body, and help you break through to the spirit realm. Yi Xiaoyao smiled, but not genuinely. This guy still wanted to use his hand to enter the spirit realm. He must have eaten too much platinum in his brain. What kind of daydreaming is this? Ha ha ha, let's fight. Divine Fist, first shock. Su Fengliu laughed loudly, his body like a shooting star, instantly attacking. The power of the Divine Fist was unleashed, and behind him, it was as if a god or demon stood towering, the terrifying fist light directly aimed at Yi Xiaoyao's head. The power isn't enough. Yi Xiaoyao's large hand pressed out, his true essence surging, receiving this punch. The opponent's shockwave was instantly neutralized by his yin-yang and yin-yang Tai Chi Dao. How, Mo Qingru's Tai Chi Dao, how did you do that? Su Fengliu's pupils contracted, feeling his strength directly reduced by 5 or 6/10, even more abnormal than Mo Qingru's. His cultivation method was taught by me, so what do you say? Yi Xiaoyao said calmly. Although he didn't have the Tai Chi divine body, he could still simulate and operate it with true essence dozens of times stronger than his opponents. As for the side effects of transforming into a woman, he didn't go through the cultivation process at all, so how could there be any side effects? It was like planting a tree, sowing a seedling. The process of fertilizing and watering, these were all things he didn't need to pay the price for. He just waited for the harvest. Second shock. Su Fengliu roared, "Bury alive." Yi Xiaoyao pointed his finger in the air, and the earth trembled, like a dragon turning over a magnificent tomb as high as a mountain directly burying Su Fengliu. Damn it, this is what you call being buried alive. Wang Zhen, the demon king Chen Nangshuan, Feng Che, and other Taizhuan disciples immediately became excited, their faces filled with fanaticism and adoration. As expected of the devilish divine power ancestor, this tomb is incredibly huge. Is this a combined burial tomb? Qingfeng Saint Lord and some of the spectators in the stand stared at the mountain-like tomb, speechless. Third shock. Fourth shock. Inside the tomb, Su Fengliu roared, unleashing terrifying fist techniques. Yi Xiao wasn't surprised. He hadn't reinforced his defenses or used his full strength. His purpose was to force out the next few moves of this guy's fist techniques, using them to refine his own. Still not strong enough, Yi Xiao said calmly. His cultivation was far superior to this guy's, his physical body far stronger, and he possessed 4 types of true essence. He also had a wealth of experience from the techniques he taught. That experience boosted his cultivation and strengthened his body. It was a devastating blow. No matter how powerful this guy was, he couldn't possibly injure him. 5th shock. There. 9th shock. Su Fengliu roared, unleashing 5 consecutive punches, each more terrifying than the last, surpassing his fighting strength against the Taizhuan Saint Sun. Broken leg demon technique. Yi Xiao severed his own thigh. Suddenly, his other leg was like a mighty warrior, head held high and chest puffed out, instantly engaging in fierce combat with Su Fengliu. Terrifying fluctuations arose, creating a chaotic scene. Damn, how strong is this guy? He can fight Su Fengliu like this with just 1 leg. Countless people trembled, their eyes wide. This strength was simply too excessive. He taught over 100 divine techniques, including many that enhance true essence, enhance physical body, and temper the body. It's equivalent to one person cultivating all the divine techniques to the perfect realm. Simply unbelievable. Guang Lingzhen sighed, finally understanding what a prodigy was. This combat power was probably no less than that of an ordinary peak spirit realm expert. Unless Su Fengliu breaks through to the spirit realm and simultaneously obtains a suitable immortal martial divine body cultivation technique, he will be no match for Yi Xiao. Boom! At this moment, a flash of spiritual light flickered in Yi Xiao's eyes, as if he had fallen into some kind of enlightenment. A hint of joy appeared in his heart. In an instant, that thigh flew back and landed on Yi Xiao's body. I'm about to break through, hurry! Su Fengliu's eyes were filled with excitement, his black hair fluttering, his fighting spirit soaring to the extreme, and he attacked Yi Xiao again. Today's enlightenment divine technique, named Asura. Yi Xiao's warm and calm demeanor suddenly changed drastically, his black hair turning blood red. The figure in white robes seemed stained with blood, his entire aura becoming bloodthirsty and terrifying. In the arena, there were many disciples with low cultivation levels, their blood suddenly surging, as if wanting to burst through their skin and burst out of their bodies. For a moment, the entire arena was in chaos, everyone's faces changing color. This guy, borrowing Su Fengliu's martial arts, he's comprehended his own divine ability. This power, I'm afraid it's at the heavenly level. Moreover, how does this divine ability feel like it has the shadow of the blood immortal Tao body, yet it can manipulate blood? Guang Lingzhen was terrified, unable to believe it. Qingfeng's Saint Lord's scalp tingled. At this moment, he truly saw Yi Xiao's terrifying comprehension. He created a divine ability on the spot. A freak, he's using cheats. On the viewing platform, hundreds of leaders from various forces trembled, terrified. Only the Taizhuan disciples were accustomed to it. However, the look in his eyes towards Yi Xiao became even more reverent. Boom! Yi Xiao unleashed his fist technique, and Su Fengliu's 5th strike shattered instantly. The 6th, the 7th, and up to the 9th strike, each one was smashed to pieces by a blood-red heavy punch. The punches were like mountains, breaking Su Fengliu's ribs, causing him to retreat continuously, coughing up blood. At this moment, Yi Xiao, his head covered in blood, his face cold and handsome, was like the blood abyss sex quasi-emperor of yesteryear, full of evil and domineering power. Boom! Su Fengliu was struck in the chest by a punch, his heart almost shattering. I'm not reconciled. I'm not willing, just a little more. Su Fengliu roared, revealing his anger and unwillingness. Just a little more effort, and he could have broken through to the spirit realm. As long as he could break through to the spirit realm, wielding the power of heaven and earth with his physique, he could absolutely suppress Yi Xiao. But now, not only did he fail to achieve a breakthrough, he even helped the opponent comprehend a powerful divine ability, crushing all his opportunities for breakthrough. He was about to explode with anger. This is a lesson. Don't pick fights again in the future. Yi Xiao retracted his fist and said calmly. From the time he set out for the Taizhuan Holy Land until now, he had been continuously refining the fist technique and finally succeeded. Using the blood immortal Tao body's essence as the foundation, combined with several other essences, its power was formidable and perfectly matched. The divine ability level had reached an unprecedented peak of the heavenly level. Moreover, as he grew stronger, he could even refine this fist technique to the spirit realm, which is the supreme saint level. His swordsmanship was slightly inferior, but he wasn't in a hurry. Su Fengliu spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. He was furious. After fighting for half a day, he was in trouble, and not only had he gained nothing, but he had also helped the other party comprehend a divine ability. How unfair! Wait until I enter the spirit realm, then we'll fight again. Su Fengliu staggered to his feet, glaring intensely at Yi Xiaoyao. In this battle, Yi Xiaoyao's spirit realm cultivation, controlling the great forces of heaven and earth, gave him a huge advantage. He was confident he could handle the early and middle stages of the spirit realm, but Yi Xiaoyao wasn't just an ordinary early-stage spirit realm cultivator. If they were at the same level, he believed he could defeat him. Then you'll have to try harder, Yi Xiaoyao said calmly, nonchalantly. And as the battle ended, the 9 great sacred lands geniuses in the arena were already stunned. Strong. Too strong. Especially the Saint Sons of Kunlun, Penlai, and the Divine Sword. Their faces were filled with panic. It was as if they were witnessing Yi Xiaoyao's terrifying combat power during the previous Blood Cave trial. However, the Saint Sons weren't particularly shocked. Here, their divine bodies and Dao bodies, their extraordinary physiques, hadn't been fully activated. Only a portion of their power was currently at play. When various heavenly human realm cultivators fully displayed their extraordinary physiques, their combat power would experience a qualitative leap. Yi Xiaoyao, however, lacked such extraordinary abilities. Very well, finally, someone capable of fighting has appeared. Are you willing to spar with me? I can suppress my cultivation. At this moment, Feng Queer's beautiful eyes gleamed, staring intently at Yi Xiaoyao. Simultaneously, an astonishing aura erupted. Heavenly human realm. This left many speechless, their hearts filled with apprehension. The ancient emperor personally trained his daughter, and her combat power was absolutely terrifying. Tisk, as expected of someone who crawled out from the divine source, Yi Xiaoyao chuckled, not surprised. Although Feng Queer was only 16 years old, she had been sealed in the divine source for countless years, and was also the daughter of an ancient emperor. It would be abnormal if her cultivation wasn't high. I'm not interested in you, but I'm interested in your brother, that ancient emperor's son, Yi Xiaoyao said with a smile. I believe that after news of this place spreads, my brother will also be interested in you. Feng Queer didn't insist. She stared at Yi Xiaoyao and said, he's short of generals under his command. Would you be willing to join him? Her large, expressive eyes seemed to speak volumes, and she didn't seem to find anything wrong with that. However, Yi Xiaoyao's face instantly turned pale. They weren't even of the same species. She wanted him to join the ancient prince's ranks? Were the ancient princesses all so arrogant? So, it wasn't an invitation to a banquet, but a troublemaker. The Fish King, is he planning to wage war against the 9 great sacred lands? Three-eyed true monarch Wang Lingjun and others' faces suddenly darkened as they looked at the ancient king who was still fishing. Although the human race and the ancient race didn't have deep-seated enmity, their relationship wasn't serious enough to warrant such a frivolous act. To put it nicely, to take someone under your command was tantamount to recruiting a follower. It was a humiliation not only for Yi Xiaoyao, but also for the 9 great sacred lands. The numerous powerful figures in the stands were also enraged. The ancient imperial family was not just ordinarily arrogant. She's not wrong. The great era has begun. Those people in the dark forbidden zone are all shaken. The ancient prince has emerged to unify all races. This kid is not bad. Becoming under the ancient prince's command is not a disgrace to him. The ancient fish king said slowly. It could be said that his words were so shocking that people would die for them. What? The dark forbidden zone is in turmoil. Countless people were shaken. The last time the Dark Forbidden Zone was in turmoil, the blood of the 9 heavens stained the sky, the righteous path, the ancient races, and even the demonic path, which had countless connections with the Dark Forbidden Zone, also suffered. Another turmoil, it's likely to stain the 9 heavens with blood again. At that time, let alone small sects, even immortal Dao lineages would find it difficult to survive. After countless years, another glorious era is about to arrive. Gin Langquan and Then Feng Holy Lord faced each other, their expressions solemn. The Great Era was unfolding, countless pets vying for supremacy. This was the age of achieving immortality. For a moment, the 8 directions fell silent. The Great Era, the dark turmoil. The amount of information was simply overwhelming. And the so-called unification of the world should involve integrating all forces to confront the monsters in the dark forbidden zone. Of course, whether there was any selfish motive, using humanity as cannon fodder, was hard to say. How do I feel that the turmoil in the dark forbidden zone is because of this kid? Meanwhile, the three-eyed true monarch couldn't help but glare at Yi Xiaoyao. During the Blood Cave trial, something seemed to be stirring in the dark forbidden zone. At that very moment, Yi Xiaoyao broke through his shackles and entered the path of cultivation. The show's over. The ancient fish king stood up, slowly retracting his fishing rod. He turned to look at the 9 great sacred lands, smiling. Gentlemen, the ancient emperor's son has emerged and is currently in seclusion. He will emerge in 6 months, and a banquet will be held then. You all must attend. After saying this, he looked at Yi Xiaoyao, his eyes revealing a profound depth. I am most interested in you. At that time, there will be prodigies from the demonic Tao and the ancient races from all directions coming to exchange ideas on the great Tao. You and the other sacred sons will also be present. The ancient fish king stared at Yi Xiaoyao, his gaze as still as a deep pool. Yi Xiaoyao, however, stared back at the ancient fish king, feeling that this old fisherman's gaze was somehow strange. It was as if he was looking at a fish. Su Fengliu defeated the Saint Sun Mo Kangaroo, seizing the #1 spot at that moment. Yet Feng Queer didn't jump out. I fought Su Fengliu, and she jumped out, simply because I'm strong. Yi Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes, feeling an invisible sense of danger. It was as if a large net had been cast over his head, making him very uncomfortable. He even had the illusion that this old hag had climbed to the Heavenly Master's sacred land just to target him. I saw Dao Ming's news earlier. The Western Land Bodhisattva has arrived, wanting to invite me to Mount Ling. Yi Xiaoyao recalled an event, his expression darkening. He didn't think this was good news. This means, isn't that ancient prince trying to recruit all of us as his subordinates? What a huge ambition. Su Fengliu, beside him, didn't have such thoughts, but upon hearing the ancient fish king's words, he couldn't help but sneer. Farewell, everyone. We'll meet at the banquet another day. The ancient fish king smiled, turned to greet Feng Queer, then lifted his little fish river and hurried towards the outside of the Heavenly Master's sacred land. Having watched the competition and extended an invitation, he naturally wouldn't linger any longer and needed to return to his clan to report back. Before leaving, Feng Queer glanced at Yi Xiaoyao, her beautiful eyes and eyebrows sparkling, giggling. I'll wait for you. Her smile was like 100 flowers blooming, pure yet alluring. Boom! A blood-red giant hand covered the sky, suddenly reaching out to grab Feng Queer. No need to wait. My grandson needs a mate to warm his bed. You little girl can stay here and warm his bed. The blood god ancestor, like a demon, emerged from the void and immediately attacked. His attack was so swift that Feng Queer, who had only traveled 2 miles, was instantly seized. How dare you! Feng Queer's pure yet alluring face flushed with anger and embarrassment as she spoke coquettishly. After all, she was the daughter of an ancient emperor. In the ancient era, even a great saint wouldn't dare disrespect her. To make her someone else's bed-warming maid. How dare you, little girl? This isn't the ancient era. The blood god ancestor's eyes were cold. He sealed her cultivation and casually tossed her to Yi Xiaoyao's side. This, in an instant. Everyone was stunned. An ancient emperor's daughter, the daughter of a great emperor, to be captured by the blood god ancestor and made Yi Xiaoyao's bed-warming maid. Even Yi Xiaoyao was momentarily stunned. He lowered his head to look at this innocent and naive young girl. His mouth agape, 4th grandfather, was truly affectionate. How much he wanted to hug his grandson. Blood god ancestor, do you know what you're doing? The ancient fish king's eyes widened in shock. He rushed forward, both frightened and angry. The princess held a revered position, and she was the ancient prince's younger sister. Absolutely no mishaps were allowed. What am I doing? Blood god ancestor's face was filled with murderous intent as he coldly looked down at the ancient fish king. First it was the Western Land Spirit Mountain, and now it's your 9 Phoenix clan's turn. Each of you is staring at my grandson. What do you intend to do? The ancient fish king's expression suddenly changed. Besides, it's not a free invitation either. When the Nine-Left Phoenix tablet is brought out, it will give the world's most talented individuals a great opportunity. Isn't this a bad thing? The ancient fish king's face turned ugly. Don't tell me these useless things. The blood god ancestor waved his hand, lazily continuing to argue with the ancient fish king. Today, this little girl, if she says she warmed my grandson's bed, then she warmed his bed. Want to take her away? Let your sorcerer come. The sorcerer he referred to was the most special high priest of the ancient race, a diviner on par with the great witch god. You! The ancient fish king almost spat blood in anger. Their princess's status was extremely noble, and now she was being kidnapped. If this were to spread back, it would definitely cause a huge uproar in the ancient race. And to warm her bed, the younger generation of the ancient race would probably all want to fight Ishaya to the death. He wanted to make a move, but he was only a saint king, and this blood god, with his short temper, had just killed a saint king not long ago. Fine, blood god ancestor, I hope you can bear the consequences. In a few days, my clan's great saint will personally come to your house. The ancient fish king's face darkened. He reluctantly glanced at Feng Queer and angrily left. After walking 3 miles, he turned back. What, unwilling, want to fight me? Blood god ancestor's eyes flashed with divine light. No, I'm going to take my little fish river. The ancient fish king gritted his teeth, lifted a large river and left, taking his fishing equipment with him. Ah! Yishao clicked his tongue, lowered his head and looked at Feng Queer. See, this is a seasoned fisherman. Even in his rage, he doesn't forget to fish. He finally understood why the ancient fish king's wife divorced him. It was right. What are you so proud of? However you captured me today, you'll soon be returning me in the same way. Feng Queer's small face flushed with anger, her peach blossom eyes glaring at Yishao. This appearance, far from being displeasing, only added to her alluring charm. Given her status, the ancient clan would absolutely not give up their intentions. That's a matter for later. From today onwards, you'll have to warm my bed. Yishao shrugged. An ancient empress warming his bed, this kind of treatment, he'd probably be the only one in the past, present, and future. Of course, the most important thing was that he wanted to know why the Nine-Left Phoenix clan had their eyes on him. Feng Queer was his only breakthrough. Dream on! Feng Queer gnashed her cat-like teeth, looking at Yi Xiaoya's face, growing angrier the more she thought about it, and directly bit Yi Xiaoya's arm. Alas! Her cultivation and physical strength were completely sealed, and instead, she was suffering intense pain from Yi Xiaoya's arm pressing against her ivory teeth, causing her peach blossom eyes to well up with tears. Are you a dog? You don't have a single bit of the noble demeanor of a heavenly emperor. Yi Xiao grabbed Feng Queer's face. It was so smooth and soft in his hands that he distorted it. He didn't understand how this princess could be so different from a little chili pepper. Inside the arena, the 9 great sacred lands and the forces on the viewing platform were all stunned by this scene. In their eyes, the daughter of a great emperor was high above, untouchable. Yet this Taijuan group was completely unaccustomed to it, actually wanting this princess to warm his bed. The princess has been kidnapped. This news is too big. The ancient prince hasn't even had time to begin his grand plans and schemes for his great empire. His own sister has been kidnapped to warm his bed. If he knew, he'd probably die of anger. A commotion arose all around, with the major forces discussing loudly, their expressions filled with worrying. The ancient prince's status in the Taigu clan was not to be underestimated. Just the fact that they had sacrificed themselves for him, even refusing to participate in the Blood Cave trial, was enough to show how high his position was. His sister naturally held a revered status, but now she's been kidnapped and forced to warm his bed. The Nine-Left Phoenix clan's anger is unimaginable. Moreover, as the first of the 10 great ancient royal clans, their power is immense, and their background is incredibly vast. If they were to wage war against the Taijuan Holy Land, it would surely be a bloody battle. If things go wrong, the Nine-Left Phoenix clan will use Yi Xiao as their target. The crowd was terrified. Yi Xiaoya's battle today would undoubtedly make him a formidable figure, the leader of the 9 great sacred lands of this generation. If he were to perish, 4th ancestor, this is probably not good. Yi Xiaoyao's progress is so rapid, he will inevitably become a thorn in the side of the ancient races and the demonic Dao, someone they want to crush. You're essentially giving them an excuse to kill Yi Xiaoyao. The Qingfeng Holy Lord remained silent for a moment, then walked into the void and respectfully said, after the competition ended, Yi Xiaoyao's value was completely revealed. He could create divine techniques and his own strength was top-notch among his generation. Once he matured, he would definitely be a threat to the ancient races. The reason those people are eyeing my grandson. Not killing this little girl on the spot is already giving them a lot of face. The blood god ancestors' eyes were deep and profound. Since Yi Xiaoyao emerged from the blood cave after his trial, everything had been unusual. The great witch god, the Buddhist sect, and the Ninely Phoenix clan had all, intentionally or unintentionally, been linked to Yi Xiaoyao. This is just speculation, the Qingfeng Saint Lord said with a wry smile. He wasn't entirely clear on the situation. He paused, then hesitated before saying, regarding the invitation in 6 months, do you still want to attend the Ninely Phoenix clan's banquet? Of course I want to go. It's such a waste of effort. I want to know what they're up to. And while we're at it, let Xiaoyao observe their Ninely Phoenix monument. With his aptitude, he might even comprehend some great emperor scriptures. The blood god ancestor said calmly. The reason for capturing Feng Quir was to give Yi Xiaoyao a life-saving talisman. To put it bluntly, they're hostages. With Feng Quir in their hands, the Ninely Phoenix clan would have to think twice before trying to harm Yi Xiaoyao. The great emperor's scripture. Hearing this, the holy Lord Qingfeng's face twitched. Guangling Jun and Ji Zhenren also trembled, unable to suppress the burning desire in their eyes. The great emperor's scripture? Its value is immense. Even great saints and quasi-emperors would covet it. It's unlikely this is an emperor's scripture. They shook their heads again. Yi Xiaoyao's extraordinary talent was undeniable, but the profoundness of the emperor's scripture was beyond imagination. Those great saints of the Phoenix clan had sat before the stele for over 1,000 years, their eyes practically popping out. Yet they hadn't managed to glean any emperor's scripture from the Ninely Phoenix stele. According to Feng Quir, who was captured and used to warm the bed, this competition finally came to a complete end. First, the misty Saint Sun Su Fengliu. Second, the Taijuan Saint Sun Mo Qingru. Third, the Guisu Saint Sun Mo Three Blades. Fourth, the Emperor's Hill Saint Sun Zhang Zhenhuang. Unlike before, this competition lacked the high level of prestige because this monstrous Taijuan team emerged, overshadowing everyone else. He created 100 divine techniques. With his own strength, he single-handedly created the Taijuan Disciples King-level title, ascending to the top of the sacred land and dethroning the misty sacred land, which had held the title for countless years. Finally, he even suppressed Su Fengliu in anger. No one doubted that, before long, the Taijuan team would catch up to the previous generation's prodigy. Each and every achievement was enough to shake half the Qingyuan realm. If, when it came to the Blood Cave trial, Yi Xiaoyao's reputation was somewhat obscure, now it truly resounds, his name shaking the 8 deserts. Inside the arena, various factions began to disperse, their mouths buzzing with discussions, occasionally turning to look at Yi Xiaoyao and Feng Quir beside him. Such pure and captivating beauty made many male comrades extremely envious. Some young women, however, gritted their teeth, angrily jealous that Feng Quir could be so close to Yi Xiaoyao. Su Fengliu, however, did not leave. Truly beautiful, Su Fengliu glanced at Feng Quir, admiring her endlessly. As a seasoned player in the world of women, such stunning beauty could be counted on the fingers of one hand. The ancient race is using this as a disguise, preparing to integrate the 9 great sacred lands and several demonic sects to become the overlord of the Qingyuan realm. Su Fengliu, without any hesitation, looked at Yi Xiaoyao. What do you think? I'll just watch. Yi Xiaoyao said calmly, since I've been invited to the banquet, I'll go. I'm too lazy to bother with anything else. Let's first get some benefits from the Ninely Phoenix clan, such as the Ninely Phoenix tablet. I believe I can gain some divine abilities from it. Yi Xiaoyao thought to himself. He had a goal. If he could gain imperial techniques from it and pass them on, the reward would be incredibly huge. He didn't dare imagine. Besides, the demonic Dao would also be there, and he needed to find an opportunity to acquire a group of Dao bodies and divine bodies. You can forget about it. Even their family members couldn't obtain the divine abilities from the 9-left Phoenix tablet. How could you, a human, possibly do it? Su Fengliu scoffed, not wanting to listen to Yi Xiaoyao's nonsense. Even with his extraordinary talent, he couldn't surpass his own kind. I'm not interested in your boasting. In half a month, I'll break through to the spirit realm and we'll fight again. Su Fengliu's fighting spirit remained undiminished. He still refused to give up. He believed that once he broke through to the spirit realm, he would definitely defeat this guy. Not interested. Yi Xiaoyao ignored him. HMPH, I'll find you then. It's not up to you. Su Fengliu snorted coldly, dragging his severely injured body away. Tomorrow I'll go to the Heavenly Master's Sacred Land Scripture Repository and collect a bet. Yi Xiaoyao glanced at the Qingfeng Sacred Lord and Guangling Jun, smiling. Then he pulled Feng Quer's delicate little hand and left. The latter, however, arched her back, her feet rooted to the spot, resisting Yi Xiaoyao's strength, her peach blossom eyes filled with anger. Go back and warm my bed. No. Under Feng Quer's terrified gaze, Yi Xiaoyao dragged her away even with a haughty expression. We've suffered a great loss. Qingfeng Saint Lord smiled bitterly, his heart aching at the thought. The scripture repository had never been entered by anyone from another sacred land before. Not bad, this guy lost a great saint weapon, and he doesn't know how to get it out. Jiyu True Immortal sighed, he also lost a saint pill. As for Guangling Jun, his face was dark and gloomy. 7 days after the competition, there will be a sermon. Let him give a sermon then. It's not such a huge loss. Zhenkang Supreme Immortal thought for a moment and smiled. The 9 great sacred lands haven't gathered yet. Therefore, after each competition, there will be representatives from the sacred lands. And even saints will come out of seclusion to give sermons and guide the elite disciples of the 9 great sacred lands. With immense prestige, it was supposed to be a grand gathering. After all, his cultivation isn't high. He doesn't fit the rules. Yan Lingjun frowned. Yi Xiaoyao was only in the spirit realm. Anyone who could ascend the preaching platform was at least a dou-slaying king from various factions, or a saint from the Heavenly Master Holy Land, who would also come out of seclusion. Even if his comprehension was higher, his age was a factor, and his experience in teaching disciples was insufficient. In such a solemn occasion, there absolutely couldn't be any obstacles. Otherwise, not only would Yi Xiaoyao lose face, but also the Holy Land. A dignified immortal Tao lineage, would it allow itself to be ridiculed? You just don't want to know. How did he manage to elevate the lowest-ranked Taizhuan sacred land to the top position? The Holy Lord Thanfeng's eyes were profound. Hearing this, Guangling Jun, Juyu Zhenren, and others' hearts pounded, their eyes shining. They were extremely curious about this point. They knew the difficulty of cultivating the techniques and divine abilities. It was hard to imagine how Yi Xiaoyao had taught those 10 Taizhuan disciples so many divine abilities in such a short time. For example, the hanging curse, the burial, the trumpet, and so on. Even more curious were the cultivation methods of those divine abilities. Yi Xiaoyao seems to be able to teach a divine ability that is incredibly simple to cultivate. This ability is very mysterious. If we understand and master it, we can't say for sure. Perhaps our juniors will progress even faster. Guangling Jun became increasingly excited. That's right, the day of the lecture is a great opportunity. Juyu Zhenren clapped his hands and laughed. By then, it would be Yi Xiaoyao's turn to preach, offering guidance and explaining cultivation methods on divine techniques and abilities. He believed there would be great gains. Meanwhile, the three-eyed true monarch, who had remained silent, looked on with a strange expression, shaking his head inwardly. There was no such mysterious power. If those people understood Yi Xiaoyao's divine techniques and cultivation methods, they would probably doubt their own existence. Self-destruction, being subjected to countless cuts and wounds, being hanged, being thrown into boiling oil, cultivating the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix technique, and then spending several days with a funeral procession if other holy lands truly cultivated Yi Xiaoyao's techniques. The three-eyed true monarch shuddered. He could imagine millions, even tens of millions, of righteous disciples being thrown into boiling oil, hanged, having their mourning papers burned, and entering graves to cultivate. Truly terrifying. As the competition ended, the Heavenly Master Holy Land was in an uproar. In the city, tea houses and taverns, discussions were everywhere. Spectacular, absolutely spectacular. This trip was amazing. I really didn't expect that in this competition, Yi Xiaoya would be knocked down with one kick. Even Su Fengliu couldn't be his match. His divine abilities are so bizarre, so illogical. In my age, I've never seen such strange, divine abilities. Inside the tavern, the old sect master of Qingyun sect, listening to the discussions at the surrounding tables, couldn't help but stroke his beard and sigh. Having lived past 1200 years, he was already a Dao-slaying king. From witnessing those divine abilities in the competition, he knew he was old. It has been unintentionally abandoned by this era. Otherwise, how could such bizarre divine abilities not have been encountered before? According to rumors, after 7 days of preaching, the Heavenly Master Holy Land will invite the Taizhuan ancestor to preach to the disciples. Is that true or false? Upon hearing this, fear gripped everyone. The old sect master of Qingyun sect even craned his neck and listened intently. To broaden his horizons, he had brought his most talented disciples this time. If they could truly obtain some cultivation secrets from the Taizhuan ancestor, his disciples would undoubtedly soar to great heights. It's naturally true. My cousin's nephew's uncle is a supreme elder of the Heavenly Master Holy Land. After the competition, the Qingfeng Holy Lord discussed it with the supreme elders. The young man who spoke said proudly, his face full of arrogance, my apologies, my apologies. I didn't expect you to have this kind of connection." Hearing this, everyone showed respect. The prestige of the supreme elder of the Immortal Dao sect was something their sects couldn't compare to. If it's true, then it's a great fortune for our disciples. That's right, that's right. The Taizhuan group can strengthen those 10 elites in 7 days, which is enough to prove their ability to endure. If they reveal the Taizhuan disciples' cultivation methods, that would truly be a great fortune. Everyone immediately began excitedly discussing, instructing their disciples to listen carefully to the lecture. The major forces had traveled a long distance to witness the competition. The Heavenly Master Holy Land, as an Immortal Dao sect, naturally had a grander perspective. Each time a competition was held, a sermon was given, and other sects and clans were not forbidden from attending. The Taizhuan disciples' cultivation method. Isn't that one of those bizarre divine ability cultivation methods? The old sect master of Qingyun was greatly encouraged and quickly instructed his disciples. In the next few days, you must cultivate the spiritual ear and spiritual eye divine abilities, striving to reach mastery. Otherwise, from a distance, you won't be able to hear anything. Those young men and women were overjoyed, nodding repeatedly. And such a scene unfolded in various places in Heavenly Master City, and many people in Doorbell Dao were very much looking forward to it. The Taizhuan group had single-handedly made the Taizhuan Holy Land's ace of the game for this generation. His preaching power was even more attractive to the younger generation than a saint's preaching power. Bang, bang, bang. In the quiet darkness, a series of slapping sounds echoed from the second floor where Yi Xiaoya was. Yi, Z, Z. From within the room came Feng Queer-esque furious screams. Slap, slap, slap. The sounds were incredibly loud. Feng Queer seemed to be struggling, but her resistance grew weaker and weaker, finally punctuated by sobs. No one has ever bullied me like this before. Wait until my Phoenix clan arrives. I won't let you get away with this. Feng Queer cried loudly, although she was from the ancient era and a princess at that. After being sealed for so many years, she was only a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Now, with her cultivation and physical strength sealed, how could she possibly withstand Yi Xiaoya's brutality? Slap! Yi Xiaoya's large hand slapped Feng Queer's bottom again, almost making it swell up. If you're not honest again, I won't just spank your bottom. Yi Xiaoya withdrew his hand, sat down on the chair, and said lazily. She was already captured, forced to be a bed-warming maid, and with her little princess temperament, she started arguing as soon as she entered the house. How could he indulge her? Bring me a cup of fruit juice, and add ice halfway through. Yi Xiaoya waved his hand. Oh, Feng Queer, in her red pleated dress, her peach blossom eyes swollen from crying, looked pitiful. She rubbed her little bottom, pouting her small mouth, and took out a teapot and fruit from her storage ring, making Yi Xiaoya a cup of fruit juice right there. If the young geniuses of the ancient race saw this, they would probably be envious and fight Yi Xiaoya to the death. The primordial race had a strict hierarchy after all. It was a race with a bloodline. As a primordial empress, possessing the bloodline of the primordial phoenix, her status was revered. Like a princess in the imperial palace, even a saint wouldn't dare to be too presumptuous in her presence. Who would dare to order her around? Cough, cough. A cough came from outside the door. Then the Qingfeng Saint Lord pushed open the door and entered, glancing at Yi Xiaoyao and Feng Queer with a strange expression. Are you here to tell me if I can enter your scripture library? Yi Xiaoyao said with a smile. The Qingfeng Saint Lord's face twitched, and he sighed. You can enter, but there's a condition. In a few days, during the lecture, you'll be needed. He paused, a strange glint appearing in his eyes. It's best if you explain the cultivation methods of divine abilities. This point was also being closely watched by other holy lands. To be able to so quickly guide a group of Taijuan disciples to this point, there must be some shortcuts in terms of cultivation techniques and divine abilities. If he could control the Heavenly Master's sacred land, the disciples' strength would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Yi Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes, instantly understanding, and couldn't help but fall silent. Cultivation methods, I'm afraid you wouldn't dare to cultivate. If it doesn't work, I can only move all the scriptures from the library. The Qingfeng Holy Master smiled like an old fox. Ah, how shameless! Yi Xiaoyao's mouth twitched, and after thinking for a moment, he said, You can tell me, but don't regret it. His teaching wasn't ordinary. Preaching was a good opportunity, a stepping stone to spreading all kinds of techniques later. Ha ha ha. Good? The Holy Lord Thin Fong immediately burst into laughter, extremely happy. Regret? What is there to regret? Seeing that this matter was settled satisfactorily, the Qingfeng Holy Lord glanced at Feng Queer and whispered, Don't forget your grandfathers. They arranged your engagement. After the initial arrogance subsided, there was no shortage of opposition to Yi Xiaoyao and Ji Xianyan's marriage. I still want to rest. I won't see you off. Yi Xiaoyao waved his hand. The three-eyed true monarch had mentioned this, and he didn't care. He was only 8 years old. These things were still too early. After 7 days, prepare yourself carefully these next few days. The Qingfeng Holy Lord didn't say anything more, and left with a smile. Obviously, he was in a very good mood. Go warm my bed first, Yi Xiaoyao said casually to Feng Queer. Humph. Feng Queer snorted, wanting to object, but seeing Yi Xiaoyao extend his hand again, she felt her little bottom start to ache again. She pouted in a wrong manner and reluctantly climbed onto the bed. What could an 8-year-old kid do to me? She comforted herself, burrowing into the blankets. Everything was quiet. Yi Xiaoyao closed her eyes and began to watch everyone's battles throughout the competition, carefully analyzing and verifying her knowledge. In the blink of an eye, dawn broke. Ding! You have observed 98 battles, understanding the advantages and weaknesses of 309 types of divine abilities. Carefully observing, you have created a special eye technique, the Eye of the Punishing Sin God, based on the Eye of the Lawbreaker. Eye of the Lawbreaker, a special eye technique without a grade. When the demonic eye is opened, it can detect weaknesses. Cultivated to the highest level, it can detect weaknesses in spirit-level divine abilities. Just keep the eyeballs and immerse them in materials contaminated with the 5 elements such as molten steel, tombstones, coffins, river water, and ghost fire, and you can begin the process. It will take 49 days to perfect it. When unleashing, retain your eyeballs, hovering in midair. Using the 24K pure gold magic eye, observe the world 360 degrees without blind spots, able to see the flaws in all techniques. On the second floor of the tobacco pavilion, Yi Xiaoyao lay on a rattan chair, closing his eyes to watch the battles unfold. Yi Xiaoyao. Is this the magic-breaking magic eye? This is a 24K titanium alloy dog's eye. This system is useless. Ding. You have been comprehending swordsmanship for many days, and your understanding of swordsmanship has deepened. You have recalled all the battles in the competition, conducted in-depth research, and created the empty sword technique. Empty sword technique, heavenly rank beginner. Observe empty objects. The more empty the person, the more profound and empty the sword technique becomes. The power becomes even stronger. Just observing the empty space diagram is enough to get started, potentially creating mental problems such as low-intensity resentment, empty loneliness, and even kidney deficiency. The empty space diagram is created as follows. Yi Xiaoyao was stunned, thinking for a long time, and following the system's template, drew 2 pictures. One for male observation, one for female. The first picture depicted a seductive, curvaceous woman wearing only underwear and a bra, seemingly capable of draining a man's vital energy and spirit. It was full of extreme allure. The second picture depicted an eight-pack ABS man, like a statue from ancient Greece, incredibly masculine and handsome, wearing only shorts, striking a healthy and balanced pose. It seemed capable of draining all a woman's vital energy and spirit. So that's it. No wonder they needed to combine the empty-handed techniques. Who wouldn't find these two empty-handed techniques ridiculous? Yi Zhouya's mouth dropped open. Then he carefully examined the male figure in the empty-handed technique. This appearance. TSK. Isn't this Su Fengliu? Yi Zhouya's eyes almost popped out. It seems that besides me, Su Fengliu is the most handsome in the entire competition. Is the system using him as a model? Yi Zhouya gritted his teeth. He could imagine a group of women observing this empty-handed sword technique. After seeing it for a while, if they met Su Fengliu again, they might vomit. Could that guy sue me for copyright infringement? Yi Zhouya thought, if Su Fengliu knew, he'd probably die of anger. But he didn't care. Yi Zhouya stroked his chin. When it's time to preach, let's spread these two divine techniques and test them out first. Let's see what the system gives us when the number of techniques taught reaches over 100,000. The room was completely silent. Yi Zhouya stood up, stretched, and turned towards the bed. He had performed many divine techniques, and he was a little tired. Behind the silk curtain, a pair of large, sparkling peach blossom eyes revealed that she hadn't slept at all. Yi Zhouya lifted the blanket and directly crawled in. Ah! Having never been intimate with a man before, the little girl, Feng Queer, shrieked beside him, recoiling like a startled rabbit. What kind of ghostly scream is that? Yi Zhouya directly straddled Feng Queer, feeling the softness beneath him. He said fiercely, say it again, and I'll do you. HMPH. 8 years old. What can you do? Feng Queer blushed with embarrassment and coldly snorted. Want to try? Yi Zhouya bared his teeth, leaned down, and a fragrant scent of her body wafted into his nostrils. He stared intently at her exquisite face, a wicked smile appearing on his face. In terms of beauty, Feng Queer was the most beautiful he had ever seen. Her temperament was pure and innocent, complemented by those alluring, peach blossom eyes, a girl so pure and desirable. Who could resist? At such close proximity, they could both hear each other's heartbeats. You! A hint of confusion finally appeared in Feng Queer's peach blossom eyes, her beautiful face flushing crimson. She pursed her lips tightly, a layer of moisture forming in her large eyes. She looked like she was about to cry, the daughter of an emperor, pampered since childhood. How could she bear such humiliation? Tell me, what exactly does the Nine-Left Phoenix clan want with me? Don't lie! Yi Zhouya looked away, his eyes narrowing. How would I know? Feng Queer stubbornly pursed her lips, refusing to let the tears fall. As for me, I find your unyielding, death-defying demeanor very exciting. This gives me a reason to undress you. Yi Zhouya chuckled, his fingers casually tracing the graceful curve of Feng Queer's waist, beginning to untie the red waistband of her skirt. Then he untied her outer garment and pleated skirt. Ancient clothing, the further inside you undress, the thinner it becomes. Next came the undergarments, almost indistinguishable from a nightgown, then the trousers, immediately revealing her round, jade-like long legs, and the innermost undergarment, a red bodice embroidered with adorable little ducks, and underwear underneath. Her skin was fair and smooth, like jade. I really don't know. I'm just a curious genius of this era. You beast! You beast! Feng Queer desperately jumped and struggled, utterly terrified, crying loudly. For the first time, she had been treated so disrespectfully. Don't escape, Feng Queer pleaded, truly frightened. This person before her was a demon, devoid of any righteous demeanor. What are you thinking? I just want to pull out the monkey skin from your shorts and use it to beat Yumiko and smash your glass house. Yi Zhouya held up the monkey skin in his hand, his face full of innocence. Worse than a beast. Feng Queer stared wide-eyed at the monkey-skinned creature in his hand, her beautiful face flushed with embarrassment, as if covered in a layer of blush. Crack! She bit Yi Zhouya's arm, immediately feeling a sharp pain from her teeth. Ah, I'm just an 8-year-old child. What evil intentions could I possibly have? Yi Xiao got off Feng Queer and lay beside her. Even now, Feng Queer still didn't say anything, so she definitely didn't know why the Nine-Leaved Phoenix clan had their eyes on him. Alright, I'll find out sooner or later. Let's get the bet back tomorrow. Yi Xiao lazily thought, beginning to look forward to tomorrow's harvest. Great Saint Weapon Scripture Repository, Life-Enhancing Elixir. Feng Queer hurriedly put on her clothes properly, her tearful appearance making her look pitiful. She wiped away her tears. The more she thought about it, the more wrong she felt, the more she sobbed incessantly. In decades, the number of times she had cried, even more than today, was nothing compared to the number of times she had cried. Bastard, sooner or later I'll make you cry and beg for my forgiveness, Feng Queer thought to herself, curling up in the corner of the bed like a kitten. Sleep a little. Yi Xiao yawned and closed his eyes. In his current situation, not needing to sleep wasn't a big deal, but he was used to it from his previous life, so he could sleep. Feng Queer seemed physically and mentally exhausted, and with her cultivation and physical body sealed, she was even more worn out, drifting off to sleep. The night was dark and quiet. Unbeknownst to her, Feng Queer, like an octopus, clung to Yi Xiao's body and snored loudly. Heavenly Demon Sect. Heh. I finally reached the spirit realm. Yi Xiao, I'll make sure you chop me into 1,000 pieces. On a mountain, in a cave, the heavenly demon Sun emerged, laughing wildly. His black hair fluttered in the wind, his expression arrogant and filled with boundless domineering power. The blood cave trial had been brutally fought by Yi Xiao. This directly turned him into the ghost of the heavenly demon, vowing to avenge the humiliation. Upon returning, he immediately entered seclusion, forging a powerful foundation, and his strength suddenly increased. Not bad, his foundation is solid, and there are no frivolous signs. A figure appeared, looking at Tiamozi with admiration. With Tiamozi's talent, breaking through to the spirit realm wouldn't be difficult. What was difficult was his solid foundation. It's just a pity he didn't get the blood ancestors' inheritance. Yang Dingtia sighed inwardly, feeling a deep dislike for Yi Xiao. Ha. Ancestor, please leave the mountain and go to the Taijuan Holy Land. I want to fight Yi Xiao and conveniently reclaim the blood ancestors' inheritance. Tiamozi's confidence soared, his fighting spirit fierce. He had been in seclusion for many days, learning from his painful experiences, and now he was powerful. He believed he could silence Yi Xiao. News from the Holy Land competition says Yi Xiao defeated the immortal martial god body Su Feng Liu. He has long since entered the spirit realm and is very strong. Yang Dingshan felt a little reluctant. The Sacred Land competition was of great interest to the demonic sect. A portion of their demonic sect's assassination list was based on the Sacred Land competition. Gasp! The heavenly demon Sun's loud laughter abruptly stopped, like a duck being choked, instantly silenced. Damn! I must enter the heavenly demon tomb. The heavenly demon Sun was silent for a moment, then foamed at the mouth. Yang Dingshan was stunned. The heavenly demon tomb was one of the heavenly demon sect's creation sites. Anyone who could escape from it would possess unparalleled combat power and unimaginable future achievements. But the risks were also immense. Even the heavenly demon Sun might not survive to come out. Forget it. Yang Dingshan shook his head and said, the Nine-Leaved Phoenix clan is holding a banquet in 6 months. Yi Xiao will also attend. If you can get out of the heavenly demon tomb, killing him will be as easy as taking candy from a baby. With the emergence of the ancient prince, the demonic sect was naturally also on the invitation list. Good? I don't believe it. The heavenly demon Sun, as if having swallowed arsenic, was deeply wounded. He gritted his teeth and turned to head towards the depths of the heavenly demon sect crack. In the deepest part of the heavenly demon sect, an ancient altar stood, surrounded by 10 deep, dark caves leading to unknown places. Following the sound of cracking divine energy, a young man, around 20 years old, emerged from one of the caves. He wore ancient attire, carried an ancient sword, and his eyes were covered with a black cloth, making him appear blind. He was the ancient sword slave, the young son of the quasi-emperor of the heavenly demon sect. God gave birth to a keen eye in the primordial era. He was absolutely considered a prodigy of his generation. At nearly 20 years old, his sword intent had reached perfection, and his cultivation had even reached the heavenly human realm. to be chosen as a sword slave by the eldest son of this ancient demon quasi-emperor. His combat power was undoubtedly the strongest among those of the same level. Although the great hero is approaching, it's not the best time for him to come out. Therefore, I summon you to kill someone during the Nine-Left Phoenix clan's banquet. A majestic dark figure sat cross-legged to the side, speaking indifferently. Okay. The ancient sword slave remained calm, his words few but meaningful, and quickly walked out. After he left, the great shaman god sitting on the altar sighed softly. Why go to such lengths? Do you really think the kid is so easy to kill? I heard that kid has reached the spirit realm and even suppressed the immortal martial god body in the competition. The speed of his mortal body's development is beyond imagination. He must be crushed. The burly, shadowy figure remained silent for a moment, then said coldly, with his strength, he could personally eliminate Yi Xiaoyao, but the consequences were too serious. The younger generation was fighting to the death, and neither side's saints could interfere. If any great saint were to intervene, it would basically be equivalent to declaring war on the righteous path. At most, they could assassinate him. I believe in the sword slave's strength. In the ancient era, he was the top existence among his generation, and his cultivation was even stronger than Yi Xiaoyao's. I don't believe that even this can't kill that kid. The burly, shadowy figure sneered. Those bald monks of the Buddhist sect are also eyeing him. They won't let Yi Xiaoyao die. The great shaman sighed, however, this is also an opportunity. Let those Buddhist people convert Yi Xiaoyao. If he becomes a monk, that would be even better. What exactly happened? Why are the Buddhists interested in him? The Buddha prophesied, the golden body appears, Shakyamuni is born. That kid is the reincarnation of Shakyamuni. The burly shadow was truly shocked, his face filled with disbelief. The reincarnation of a great emperor isn't new, but the probability of success isn't high. Moreover, he had heard of Yi Xiaoyao's story in the Blood Cave trial. His style of doing things had a demonic aura. Is this really the reincarnation of the Buddha? I still believe that the sword slave can definitely kill that kid. The burly shadow was silent for a moment, then said coldly, even if it were the reincarnation of Shakyamuni, under his watchful eyes, he absolutely wouldn't have awakened his past life's wisdom. Otherwise, he would have long since shaved his head and fled to the western lands, in the border of Engzhou, under the jurisdiction of the Yin-Yang sect. Bang! At the bottom of the black prison, a whip full of sharp thorns lashed at the young man suspended in midair, tearing off large chunks of flesh and blood. The young man, dressed in the attire of the Taijuan Holy Land, gritted his teeth and endured, not saying a word. Speak! What is your name? I'm Zhang San. Why don't you call yourself Li Si? I'm Li Si. Hand over your Taijuan's 100 martial arts techniques obediently, or this suffering will follow you for the rest of your life. A young man with his face obscured sat in a large armchair, watching the boy being whipped, his expression ferocious. His name is Cao Jun, also considered a young prodigy of the Yin-Yang sect, 29 years old, roughly the same age as the previous generation's Saint Sun. Not long ago, he broke through to the heavenly human realm. He swallowed the supreme grade pill created by Yi Xiaoyao. He once roared, despairing, and in agony, begging his second brother to stand up and glance at him, but his second brother completely ignored him. Impotence, utterly and completely impotent. This directly ended his life as a man, so he hated Yi Xiaoyao to the bone. Not long ago, he discovered an ancient cave on the border of Linzhou, and in order to seize it, he fought with Taijuan disciples and captured 10 of them. The one before him is one of them. He originally intended to extract the 100 cultivation techniques from him, making a great contribution, and perhaps even inviting the Saint King to cure his impotence. But this Taijuan disciple was very arrogant. My real name is Li Si. The young man from Taijuan let out a sinister, eerie laugh. His name was Zhao Ziyuan, Zhao Zicheng's cousin. Damn it! Are you going to tell me or not? Cao Cheng's face turned purple with anger as he grabbed the young man from Taijuan by the neck. Zhao Ziyuan spat blood all over his face, yet still chuckled. His laughter sent shivers down the spines of the young men behind Cao Jun. Take off his pants, I'll castrate him. Cao Cheng's face twitched. He desperately wanted to perform soul-searching, but he restrained himself. The previous Taijuan disciple had self-destructed after attempting to do so. He turned and sat back in his chair, giving the order. He didn't believe that after castrating him, he wouldn't speak. Yes. A subordinate beside him quickly stepped forward and removed Zhao Ziyuan's pants. The result. Hell. Cao Jun looked at the man's unremarkable lower body, simply unable to believe it. Who can tell me why all these Taijuan disciples are eunuchs? Why? Cao Jun gasped, his expression like that of an invincible enemy. In the past, facing the disciples of the Taijuan Holy Land, he had no problem with any of his methods. He thought these Taijuan disciples were weak, unable to withstand even a little pain, like flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. But this time, every single one of them was ruthless, completely self-mutilated, harder than excrement. The others exchanged glances, their gazes towards Zhao Ziyuan filled with dread. Recently, the Taijuan disciples had become extremely wicked, even more so than the demonic sect. They could inflict countless cuts without even flinching. Tortured into farting without any results. These torturers were utterly terrified. I don't believe that all the Taijuan disciples are so arrogant and cruel to themselves. Cao Zhang's face darkened as he sternly ordered, arrange for people to infiltrate Linzhou and continue capturing Taijuan disciples. Ideally, they should capture disciples who know about the supreme grade elixir. Bring them the solution. Cao Zhang thought of the supreme grade elixir, filled with both anger and fear. A while ago, this elixir caused impotence like a plague, leaving many fellow disciples in a state worse than death. Even the female disciples of Jiakui were constantly affected, half the mountain peak stained red. It was incredibly shocking. If they hadn't acted quickly, the Yin-Yang sect would have become a eunuch sect by now. Some high-ranking members were so enraged that they had launched a small-scale attack on Linzhou, openly hunting down Taijuan disciples to take revenge on Yi Xiaoyao. If I can't kill you, I can't kill your Holy Land disciples either. In the Heavenly Master's sacred land, in the Tobacco Pavilion, Feng Queer drowsily opened her peach blossom eyes. She yawned, only to find her feet resting on Yi Xiaoyao's body. Her beautiful face flushed, and she carefully glanced at Yi Xiaoyao, relieved to see he was still asleep. Then her gaze swept around. Ah! Feng Queer's beautiful eyes widened instantly, screaming in fright. What are you screaming about? Yi Xiaoyao jumped, his eyes opening to slap Feng Queer's buttocks. You! Feng Queer, with her buttocks now exposed, frantically covered her eyes with her small hands. Yi Xiaoyao lowered his head and discovered his younger brother had already gotten out of bed, his spirits high. My little brother just got out of bed to train. What's so surprising? Yi Xiaoyao grumbled. Bah! Pervert! Feng Queer snapped, the gap opening and closing, cautiously glancing around, then quickly turning her head away. A circle of crimson blush rapidly crept up her jade-white neck, across her face, her small ears turning bright red, her heart pounding wildly. She had never seen this before, but even with her imagination, she found it bizarre. At only 8 years old, this was a bit too much. Who could bear it a moment later? Yi Xiaoyao handed over the 2 cultivation techniques he had created last night to his disciples. Then he left the Tobacco Pavilion and headed towards the scripture repository, encountering many young men and women along the way, including representatives from the 9 great sacred lands and other forces. Greetings, Taijuan, the young master. Many people rushed to greet him, displaying respectful attitudes. Even other sacred lands wouldn't dare offend him. Since defeating Su Fengliu, these disciples looked at him with completely different eyes. Filled with awe and respect, Yi Xiaoyao expressed his joyful mood. Up close, he's so handsome. I'm really looking forward to the lecture after 7 days. I've been coveting his cultivation methods for a long time. I'm even more envious of his body. So beautiful. I wonder what it feels like to ride on him. Keep your voice down. Don't let him hear. I was planning to drug him. Last night I squatted outside his pavilion all night, but unfortunately those Taijuan disciples wouldn't let me in. A few young girls walked together, and from a distance, couldn't help but steal glances at Yi Xiaoyao, then shyly turned their heads away. Yi Xiaoyao's ears were very sharp, and hearing these sounds, his face instantly stiffened. Women are all big pigs. Yi Xiaoyao broke out in a cold sweat and quickened his pace. He didn't want to be caught by some woman who would say, "Come, let's go into the small grove together." In an instant, Yi Xiaoyao arrived in front of a 5-story building. The building was huge, and a sign above it read Scripture Repository in large characters. This is the scripture repository of my heavenly master Holy Land. Come in, the Qingfeng Holy Master emerged from within, sighing helplessly. The first floor contains Zhuang-level cultivation techniques, as well as alchemy, artifact forging, and handwritten experience scrolls of disciples, strange stories, and secret texts. The second floor is Earth level, the third is Heaven level, the fourth is Spirit level, and the fifth is Saint level. The Qingfeng Holy Master led Yi Xiao through the formation's light screen and into the interior. The deepest part was lined with rows of golden silk and sandalwood bookshelves, resembling a library. On one side of the counter, a white-haired old man was using his internal fire to fuel a furnace, seemingly refining pills. This is Elder Ji, the saint of the Ji family, and also a grand master of alchemy, the Qingfeng Saint Lord said meaningfully. Right now, the Heavenly Master Holy Land most wanted to meet Yi Xianyao because of Ji Xianyan and the Ji family behind him. Alchemy. Yi Xianyao narrowed his eyes, his heart stirring. He had learned from Zhao Zikang that the Yin-Yang sect had been very restless lately, even capturing many of Zhao Zikang's relatives. He suspected it was related to the Supreme Great Pill, and that the old scoundrel, the Hewan ancestor, was seeking revenge. This is my token. With this token, you can freely enter and exit the scripture repository. You can observe, but it cannot be taken outside, and even less can the contents of the cultivation technique be revealed. The Holy Lord Thanfang said solemnly, turning to leave. He gave a final instruction before departing. Don't forget to preach and prepare carefully. This time, memorize all the content here. It should allow me to create a large number of cultivation techniques. Yi Xiaoyao's breathing quickened, his eyes shining brightly. The previous large-scale teaching directly boosted his cultivation to the spirit realm. This time, if he were to be taught over 100 heaven-grade cultivation techniques, how terrifying would the reward be? However, he didn't rush to look at them, but instead focused on the silver-haired old man refining pills. Ding! You observed alchemy for 5 hours, using alchemy books as a foundation, integrating 1,800 different cooking methods, forging your own path, and creating the simple alchemy technique. Alchemy technique, also known as the stir-fry method, applicable to commoners with low alchemy aptitude, capable of refining spirit-grade elixirs at most. Using a food pot as a furnace, stir-fry all kinds of elixirs. This alchemy technique can trigger minor anomalies and bring bad luck. The higher the grade of the elixir, the greater the bad luck, and you are more likely to be struck by lightning. Study carefully. Is this alchemy technique? Isn't this just stir-frying vegetables? Yi Xiaoyao stared in disbelief. He had only wanted to devise an invisible elixir to kill enemies, such as a grenade-shaped elixir, or even a nuclear bomb-shaped elixir. He wanted Zhao Zikang to bring it back, mass-produce it, and give it to his disciples as a means of self-preservation, to counter the Yin-Yang sect's revenge. After all, the Yin-Yang sect's revenge was inextricably linked to his elixir that would wipe out his lineage. He never imagined that he would directly create a new alchemy system. If this alchemy technique, like stir-frying vegetables, were to spread, it would probably shake the entire alchemy world to its core. Want to learn alchemy? This alchemy technique isn't about creating divine techniques or cultivation methods. The two are not the same path. Old man Ji took a pill from the alchemy furnace, nodded in satisfaction, and then looked at Yi Xiaoyao with a smile, scrutinizing his future grandson-in-law from head to toe. Is alchemy very difficult? Yi Xiaoyao asked in surprise. It's difficult, very difficult. Even in the heavenly realm, it took me 10 years to enter the sect, 100 years to refine earth-grade elixirs, and now, after more than 1,000 years, I can only barely refine spirit-grade elixirs. Elder Ji sighed, his voice trembling. The Heavenly Master Holy Land has an alchemy pavilion, and he is the #1 alchemy master there. Alchemy masters can refine heaven-grade and spirit-grade elixirs. I've just created a new type of alchemy technique. I'll pass it on to Elder Ji. How about Elder Ji helps me refine a batch of elixirs? Yi Xiaoyao chuckled. He planned to refine 10,000 of those brain-damaged fragments, packaging them as brain-young elixirs. He would falsely claim they improve comprehension and treat impotence. He'd have Zhao Zikang take them back and throw them into the Yin-Yang sect, turning those people into intellectually disabled. Dare to take revenge on him, they're asking for death. Pass on my alchemy technique. Little fellow, your tone is unusually arrogant. Alchemy techniques have been verified by countless ancient sages and passed down for countless years. They are the foundation of alchemy. Don't even talk about creating a new alchemy technique. Even improving it is highly unlikely. Elder G was stunned, then couldn't help but laugh, dismissing the thought. Divine techniques and alchemy are completely different paths. They can't be achieved solely through aptitude. They require years, even centuries, of experience as a foundation. The so-called alchemy masters and grandmasters are undoubtedly exceptionally gifted, aren't they? Reaching that level is forged through countless failures and successes. How old is Yi Xiao? Kid, let the ancestor refine the pills. You've come up with a disadvantage. The ancestor holds a lofty position in the Heavenly Master Holy Land. Even the Qingfeng Holy Lord must show him utmost respect. He doesn't have the time to play games with you here. A scholarly old man walked over, coldly snorting, looking at Yi Xiao with displeasure. Oh, so it's my nephew. Yi Xiao glanced at him, calmly saying. This person was Jizan, the one who had criticized him and spoken unkindly to him when he first arrived at the Heavenly Master Holy Land. Later, he heard from the three-eyed true monarch that this person opposed Yi Xianyan's marriage alliance with him and favored the misty Holy Land. Hearing the words nephew, Jizan's face immediately darkened, and he said unhappily, please, ancestor, don't mention alchemy again. As for your so-called alchemy skills, don't try to show off in front of the ancestor. Teaching a grand alchemist. Among the more than 1,000 alchemists in the Heavenly Master Alchemy Pavilion, who dares to speak like that? Having been silenced by Yi Xiao's previous rebuke, he was already resentful. Under the watchful eyes of those boastful old men, you want to teach them the art of alchemy. Isn't that an insult? Besides, he's also an alchemist, and he knows how difficult it is to create an alchemy technique. It requires a large amount of time to accumulate alchemy experience. This is completely different from creating a divine technique or cultivation method. Step back. Old man Ji frowned, glaring at Jizan. The latter's expression tightened, and he quickly stepped aside. Haha, let's not talk about alchemy anymore. But I want to see how extraordinary your aptitude is. If it's not bad, I can let you practice alchemy for free. Old man Ji looked at Yi Xiao, smiling broadly. As Ji Xianyan's grandfather, he was here today to test this future grandson-in-law. The seventh ancestor of Taizhuan had come here specifically for him. How do you see it? Yi Xiao also smiled. As long as the other party agrees to let him refine pills, everything will be fine. 10,000 pills, he can't possibly make them in 1 or 2 days. This is a top-tier heaven-grade sword technique, two-sleeve azure wind. If you can thoroughly understand and perform it in 1 minute, I'll let you refine pills. Old man Xi smiled, taking out an ancient book. 1 minute? A heaven-grade technique? It's possible to comprehend it, but performing it is difficult. Seeing this, Jizan couldn't help but look at Yi Xiao with pity. He couldn't help but admire his extraordinary comprehension. But to understand and perform it in half an hour this is highly difficult and unconventional. Even Su Fengliu, one of the top 10 divine bodies, would need many days to comprehend it. It's possible. Yi Xiaoyao's eyes lit up as he took the sword technique. His creation of the sword technique was still a step away from completion. His need for various sword techniques was much greater than for other types. Even if Elder Ji hadn't said anything, he would have comprehended it, as for a minute, that was too easy. Without further ado, he directly flipped through the sword technique and meticulously observed it. 2 sleeves of azure wine was a top-tier assassination sword technique. 2 swords were held within the sleeves, the sword striking like a gentle breeze, without smoke or fire. Yet, it concealed a deadly intent, difficult to defend against. The depth of this technique far surpasses others of the same level. Could the ancestor also be against this marriage? Jizan cautiously inquired. Comprehending it in half an hour seemed impossible to him. It was clear the ancestor was making things difficult for Yi Xiao. If that were the case, it would be even better. His innate talent defies heaven. I was just observing how to defy heaven's laws, but I've never seen it before, that's all. Old man Ji stroked his beard, smiling faintly, a glint of curiosity in his cloudy eyes. Jizan heard this and was immediately disappointed. However, after thinking about it, he felt this way was also good. If this person wasn't satisfied with his talent, then the marriage would be half-failed. A minute later, Yi Xiao opened his eyes, his gaze revealing understanding. So that's it. The sword technique I created and this one have some similarities. Hidden in the sleeve, silent and imperceptible, the sword strikes like a startled dragon, a single blow fatal. Yi Xiao was overjoyed, using the yin-yang Dao body as its foundation, hidden in the tumultuous world. This sword technique, which he had been contemplating for so long, had finally succeeded. However, it seems that, influenced by those demonic divine abilities, the sword technique he created, based on the strongest harmonious union physique, the yin-yang Dao body, is also somewhat unusual. Can it succeed? Old Man Ji stared intently at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao remained silent. Seeing this, Old Man Ji was immediately disappointed and smiled bitterly. It was still difficult for this young man. No matter how extraordinary his comprehension, it was impossible for him to comprehend and perform it in a minute. On the other side, Ji Zhen's eyebrows twitched with joy, almost laughing out loud. But a second later, his face stiffened. This sword technique isn't difficult. I comprehended it almost in half an hour. I actually created another sword technique from it, Yi Xiao said with a smile, glancing at Ji Zhen. Damn it. He's been sitting here for so long. Let's give this guy a little lesson. What? Old Man Ji was stunned, suddenly standing up, his face full of disbelief. He hadn't even finished comprehending it in half an hour. In such a short time, he'd created a divine technique. This comprehension was 100 times more terrifying than he'd imagined. Impossible. No matter how abnormal your comprehension is, you couldn't possibly create a sword technique in a minute. Ji Zhen also looked as if he'd seen a ghost. He saw those 100 divine techniques, which Yi Xiao had spent years perfecting. 1 minute, even a pig's offspring wouldn't be as fast as you. Why don't you try it, nephew? Yi Xiao said with a smile. Ji Zhen, I'll bring your cultivation to the spirit realm, and then you can try the sword technique he just created. Old Man Ji couldn't remain calm and said impatiently. Then, directly targeting Ji Zhen's chest, he suppressed his cultivation to the late stage of the spirit realm. If things went as planned, he would definitely get this granddaughter. No one could take her away. Let's try. Ji Zhen didn't hold back. He was eager to teach this brat a lesson. However, after suppressing him to the spirit realm, he didn't underestimate him. After all, Yi Xiao had suppressed the immortal martial god body of the misty Holy Land. Yi Xiao took out a sword from his storage bag, sheathing it. He calmed his mind, concentrated his energy, grasped the hilt, and prepared to strike. At this moment, his body was primarily filled with yin and yang true essence, with the other 3 types of true essence as secondary, merging into the sword sheath. His essence, spirit, and energy were all poured into it. This sword is called the Joyful Union Sword Drawing Technique. Yi Xiao seemed to be holding back a powerful move, and in an instant, he suddenly drew his sword. Swish! A black and white sword light intertwined, mixed with a hint of pink, like a beam of light, instantly reaching Ji Zhen's forehead. Ji Zhen was startled, throwing out a punch. With a whoosh, a bloody wound appeared on his fist, deep enough to expose the bone. Hiss! This sword is no less powerful than a peak heavenly grey technique, even surpassing the 2-sleeved Xinfeng technique. Old Ji's expression changed, utterly astonished. This guy actually created a divine technique, and it's very powerful. Although Ji Zhen's Zhao integration realm cultivation was suppressed to the spirit realm, he was still not someone ordinary people of the same level could compare to. Let alone a sword piercing through his fist. The next moment, injured, Si Tuan's face flushed, as if he'd been hit with an aphrodisiac. Letting out heavy gasps, his eyes bloodshot. He had already begun to undress. Yi Xiao cleared his throat. I forgot to add one more thing, the Hapon sword technique. Whoever is hit will become aroused. The swordsman, his vengeful and dashing demeanor, like Yika Cheng from a martial arts novel, drew his sword and unleashed a move like a celestial being flying through the air, instantly raising the barrage of attacks. This caused passers-by to exclaim in astonishment, "What a fine sword!" That was Yi Xiao's fervent dream, and the one he had always strived to pursue. Now he drew his sword, the blade flashing like a shooting star, his demeanor tense. Even the passerby, Old Man Ji, exclaimed, "How shameless!" At this moment, old man Jizan was like a dancer in a dance hall, twisting his old joints, performing a striptease, showing off his charm. He was humiliated by the Ji family's patriarch's reprimand. Bang! Old man Ji jumped up on his short legs and kicked Jizan in the face, sending him tumbling to the ground. The latter was completely sober, his face flushed red, and he looked around nervously, as if searching for a hole to crawl into. He almost dug his legs into 3 bedrooms and a living room. It was too embarrassing, especially for a rigid old man obsessed with Confucianism. It was equivalent to immediate execution. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm very afraid of being hit by a fake camera, and I accidentally filmed my disciple's appearance. Yi Xiao pulled out the commemorative stone tablet, let out a gasp. Hearing this, Jizan's expression was like a bolt of lightning, almost shattering. Damn it, damn it, damn it. His feelings at this moment were the same as the yin-yang sexy one ancestors' resentment and anger. 8 years old, an 8-year-old's heart is already so black. What kind of education does the Taijuan Holy Land provide? Jizan cursed inwardly, but dared not show the slightest emotion on his face. He had thoroughly experienced Yi Xiao's terrifying power. In such a short time, he had created a top-tier heaven-level divine technique, and it was too abnormal. He simply couldn't imagine how a sword technique could contain a love poison. Uncle, would you like some tea? Jizan no longer had his previous unfriendly demeanor, awkwardly forcing a smile, then hurriedly brewed a pot of tea for Yi Xiao. He was a rigid person, incapable of bowing to Yi Xiao. But he was even more afraid of this treacherous man. That poisonous fellow revealed everything that just happened. Well, good disciple. Yi Xiao was in a cheerful mood, smiling harmlessly. Seeing Jizan's face twitch uncontrollably, he sighed, "You little rascal, if this were to be passed on, it would cause chaos." Old Ji sighed, already admiring Yi Xiao's terrifying insight. In a brief moment, a divine technique was created. The more silent this guy was, the more bizarre his divine abilities seemed. Having lived this long, he had never seen a sword technique that would instantly induce spring after being struck by a sword. "I can't teach it. This divine ability only suits me," Yi Xiao said with a smile. This wasn't created by the system. The divine ability suited him best. The spring-inducing effect was fundamentally about devouring the essence of the yin-yang Dao body. Alright, what grade of elixir do you want to refine? Old man Ji didn't say anything more. His gaze towards Yi Xiao was benevolent, like he was looking at a future grandson-in-law. Earth-grade elixir. Yi Xiao wrote down the ridiculous elixir formula. Haha, just Earth-grade, no problem. Old man Ji stroked his beard and chuckled casually. 10,000 pills. Old man Ji's hand trembled as he recoiled, as if electrocuted, his face filled with disbelief. Even a hen laying eggs couldn't possibly produce such a large quantity. Impossible. Elder Ji shook his head decisively. "I can teach you alchemy, and I'll demonstrate it myself. After you've seen it, I believe Elder Ji will support you." Yi Xiao wasn't surprised. 10,000 pills was indeed a forced reward. "Do you really know how to refine pills? Or are you just starting out?" Elder Ji was skeptical. Before, he didn't believe it at all, but after witnessing Yi Xiao's extraordinary talent, he was hard to believe. Could Yi Xiao really have something extraordinary in the art of alchemy? Jizan also perked up his ears. Naturally, Yi Xiao said with a smile. He planned to refine a low-grade pill to test his skills. At the same time, this was also the first thing his cultivation system had created. Seeing his disciple cultivating for so long, he couldn't help but be curious to try it out. "Jizan, go prepare the formula and materials for Xiao's Zhuanyang pill." Elder Ji was very much looking forward to Yi Xiao's alchemy skills and directly gave the order. The Zhuanyang pill is a Chuan grade pill. The grade is very low. If it were any higher, he feared Yi Xiao wouldn't be able to refine it, lest the little fellow be embarrassed. "No need. This is the medicinal formula I commissioned Elder Ji to refine. This is enough." Yi Xiao handed Jizan the formula. The latter's expression was strange. He wanted to make some sarcastic remarks, but then seemed to remember something and quickly shut his mouth. Obediently going downstairs. "Earth grade? Are you sure you can refine it?" The reason alchemists are so rare is because they burn money, using large amounts of resources to accumulate alchemy experience. This is a skill that requires 5 months of professional experience. Old Man C frowned, feeling uneasy. Seeing Yishaya stubbornly maintain his opinion, he shook his head. However, he still took out his own alchemy furnace. This is my sacred furnace. It can increase the success rate. No need. I have a regular alchemy furnace. Yishaya laughed loudly, then pulled out a black cooking pot from his storage bag. This was the pot Yishaya intended to use to cook some wild game when he left Taijuan to satisfy his culinary desires. The food in this world still uses coarse salt, and there is no MSG, so the taste is very bland. Little fellow, don't mess with me. What kind of nonsense is this? Old Man G's face twitched, his expression turning dark. Alchemy, in his eyes, was a sacred and inviolable profession. Yishaya using a pot to cook. Wasn't this an insult to this profession? If it were someone else, G would have long since chased them away with a broom. This is my new alchemy technique. Yishaya smiled. Old Man G, he's just messing with you. Old Man G. Ji-san came over with a pile of medicinal herbs, immediately speaking ill of the water. Let him refine it. Old Man G's face was grim. He waved his hand, wanting to know what this guy was up to. Yishaya didn't explain, directly unfolding the herbs, releasing the true young heavenly fire, and starting to heat the pan. The world's #1 miraculous fire, true young heavenly fire. This kid. Seeing this, Ji-san was both envious and angry. Such a miraculous fire, ranked at the top, a flame that countless alchemists yearn to obtain, was being used by this guy in a wine-making furnace. What a waste of heaven's resources. Put the oil in the pan. Yishaya's fingertips surged with true essence, transforming into true essence water and pouring it into the pan. Then he brought in a medicinal herb and threw it in, one herb after another. The food in the pot was being tossed back and forth, each drop of true essence converging within. Then, the pot sizzled, crackling and steaming, stirring up vegetables in an instant. Old Man G's face grew increasingly grim. This little fellow was actually stir-frying vegetables. And he did it so skillfully, one might think he'd worked as a chef in some household. After a short while, Yishaya shouted. Ji-san hesitated, then reluctantly took out a porcelain plate. Great fire! Gather the water! Condense the pill! Yishaya suddenly increased the flames, and the liquid in the pot began to condense. In a moment, several transparent, jade-like pills emerged. The pill is done. Yishaya gently tossed the medicinal pill from the pot onto a plate, wiping away the hot sweat. His cooking skills from his previous life were quite good, but it had been too long since he'd cooked, and he was a little uninspired. However, the result was still good. True success. Old Man G expressed doubt, but before he could step forward, a loud bang resounded. A large, black cloud, about the size of a small table, condensed a meter above Yishaya's head. Small flashes of lightning returned, and in an instant, a light drizzle fell, wetting Yishaya's robe. Holy cow, what's going on? Ji-san looked at Yishaya under the dark clouds that were drizzling down, then looked at the huge scripture repository, and was dumbfounded. It wasn't raining outside. What the hell was raining inside? This is Heavenly Tao Rule Backlash. Old Man G was also stunned. He was knowledgeable and had a hunch about that small black cloud. It was similar to a curse roll, disregarding cultivation level. However, it didn't have the power of such a great curse. He couldn't understand why such a thing had happened in this new type of alchemy experiment. Is this bad luck possessing me? In an instant, Yishaya was drenched. The strangest thing was that his true essence couldn't stop the rain, as if he had become an ordinary person in this rain. Yishaya took a few steps. He found that wherever he went, this small black cloud followed him, raining down on his head. Unusual. Absolutely unusual. Bang! Yishaya opened his umbrella, and the raindrops pattered against the umbrella, sliding down the edges, soaking the floor of the scripture repository. So that's it. This thing ignores true essence. A common object that can shield from the rain. Yishaya remained silent, making a firm decision. From now on, he would no longer cultivate the system's creations. He'd rather let his disciples go play. Whoosh! Ji-san flicked his sleeve. A strong gust of wind swept through, trying to blow away the small black cloud. Unfortunately, it was useless. The small black cloud seemed angry. It split in half, attaching itself to Ji-san's head and began to rain heavily. In a few breaths, the old man was completely drenched. Jizun's eyes widened, wanting to drive it away, but no matter whether he used flames or divine abilities, it was all in vain. Crack! The small black cloud grew increasingly angry, sending down a thick strand of lightning that struck Jizun's head. His entire face instantly burned black, and his white hair began to fall. Sure, is that you, sure? Yi Xiaoyao held the umbrella, letting out a raspy laugh. Your alchemy is poisonous. Jizun wiping away the rainwater, he said angrily. He felt extreme regret and a sense of being plagued by bad luck. Damn, that's too bizarre. Old man Ji stared in disbelief, gasping for air, his eyes filled with astonishment as he looked at Yi Xiaoyao. He had heard of Yi Xiaoyao's creations, and they were all somewhat unconventional. He never imagined they were this bizarre. He took a pill that Yi Xiaoyao had refined, sniffed it, and exclaimed in shock, "This pill. It's real, and its quality isn't low. How is this possible? You can even stir-fry vegetables and turn them into pills." Old man Ji muttered to himself, utterly shocked. His more than 1,000 years of experience in alchemy, his understanding of the craft, was now completely overturned. It was like climbing Mount Tai in ancient times, diligently and painstakingly trying to climb, knowing that only his 2 legs could reach the summit. He had only climbed halfway when he suddenly discovered someone else had taken an elevator directly to the top. This kind of shock was too great. It made him feel like he was an idiot. Now, can you refine 10,000 pills for me? 10,000 in one day, Yi Xiaoyao said with a faint smile, shielding his eyes with his umbrella. Okay. Old man Ji looked at Yi Xiaoyao with a complicated expression and said with a wry smile, the opponent's level of skill is unimaginable, surpassing all expectations. Not only can he create divine abilities, but he can also break the ancient and modern rules of alchemy, creating a chef's alchemy method and concocting elixirs with incredible success. This kind of alchemy technique, if spread, will surely stir up the entire alchemy world. I will refine elixirs for you, but can I pass on this alchemy technique to you? That's too outrageous. I want to study it with the alchemy pavilion's master and other alchemists. Old man Ji's expression was solemn, excitement flashing in his cloudy eyes. If this alchemy technique were widely disseminated, it would change the direction of the alchemy world and benefit the entire righteous path. Most importantly, let's first trick the pavilion master and the others into cultivating it. Old man Ji looked strangely at the small dark cloud above Yi Xiaoyao's head, silently adding a sentence in his heart. Even with the power of a saint, he wasn't sure he could protect this thing well. It's all right. Yi Xiaoyao shrugged, indicating it didn't matter. He was just about to receive the reward of the alchemy technique he had been taught. Ha ha ha, thank you very much. Old man Ji clasped his hands together for the first time, unusually polite, even though this person before him could become his future son-in-law. This alchemy technique proved that Yi Xiaoyao's mastery of alchemy far surpassed his own. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to create such a miraculous technique. After saying that, he looked at the alchemy technique and the brain-damaged pill formula that Yi Xiaoyao had given him with fervent eyes, carefully accepting them. Then he hurriedly left the scripture repository to go to the alchemy pavilion to find these alchemy masters, including the Saint King and the Pill Saint who were in seclusion. Alchemists of this level hold extremely high status and possess incredibly powerful connections. Even great saints wouldn't dare offend them casually. Even quasi-emperors treat them with respect. Just by creating this alchemy technique, this Ji family's son-in-law is completely secure. Jizun, greatly disheartened, sighed and gave up completely. His gaze towards Yi Xiaoyao was filled with respect. Farewell. Jizun walked away alone, accompanied by a small dark cloud that relentlessly poured down rain. Holy cow, what's going on, Elder Ji? A huge dark cloud above my head. How the hell is this possible? This in broad daylight is simply bizarre. As Jizun advanced, some disciples bowed to him. Then the disciples looked up at the clear sky, then at the small dark cloud above Jizun's head, their eyes widening in astonishment. The cerebellum was directly atrophied. One day, Fairy Guling emerged from her room and spread the news. Shocking, what exactly has Elder Jizun of the Heavenly Master Holy Land done? He's even provoked dark clouds to fall from the sky. Is this a twisted human nature, or a complete lack of morality? Immediately, the Heavenly Master Holy Land was in an uproar. Many who heard the news were inexplicably shocked and surprised. A group of knowledgeable people waited patiently at Jizan's secluded retreat, watching this unprecedented spectacle. My heavens, the last time I encountered such a sinister thing was during a competition, when a Taijuan disciple displayed his divine abilities. This thing is even stranger than those devilish divine abilities. A dignified Dao integration grade power, yet unable to use his cultivation to block the rain, and he still needs an umbrella? 9 great sacred lands and powerful forces everywhere saw the dark cloud on Elder Jizan's forehead, all of them wide-eyed and open-mouthed. It even alarmed the numerous Dao-slaying kings, including the Qingfeng Sacred Lord, Guangling Jun, and Jiyu True Immortal. In their shock, they wanted to investigate how this thing formed. The next day, 50 or 60 Dao-slaying kings, including the Qingfeng Sacred Lord, emerged from Jizan's cave with a small dark cloud on their heads, their faces grim. Damn it, I really did it on a whim, damn. Jiyu True Immortal, drenched in sweat, glared at the small dark cloud on his head and roared. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck him on the back of the head. Jiyu True Immortal. Meanwhile, Yishao also collected a batch of elixirs that Elder Jizan had spent the night crafting. He called Zhao Ziking and told him to bring 10,000 pills. Please rest assured, young master, if the Yin-Yang sect dares to take revenge on us, we won't let them get away with it. I will definitely deliver these elixirs to the Yin-Yang sect disciples in a reasonable and proper manner. Zhao Ziking respectfully accepted the storage bag, his eyes filled with excitement, looking at Yishao with admiration and respect. He had encountered methods that could render people intellectually disabled, but he had never seen an elixir that could enhance someone's comprehension and also render them intellectually disabled. Let's go. While we're at it, let's impart those few divine abilities I've created during this time to our disciples in the sacred land to counter the Yin-Yang sect. Coincidentally, you've all made some progress in your studies, so it's time for you to gain experience and fight the Yin-Yang sect. Yishao stood at the entrance of the scripture repository, shielding himself with an umbrella, and nodded. Yes. Zhao Ziking respectfully withdrew, his eyes glancing at the small dark cloud before leaving, suddenly enlightened. What kind of divine ability has the young master created? Its evil nature is extraordinary. Even a Dao-slaying king couldn't defend against this dark cloud. Zhao Ziking's admiration and awe intensified. The little ancestor always possessed the ability to intensely stimulate people's spiritual senses. He bowed his head, afraid of attracting the attention of the small dark cloud that might descend upon him, and quickly retreated. Yishao watched the other party leave, a cold smile playing on his lips. First, he would give the Yin-Yang sect a taste of their own medicine. Slowly, he would destroy this immortal Dao lineage. Did you violate the heavenly laws? A pure and innocent young girl in a red pleated dress, Feng Queer, stood curiously in front of Yishao, looking at the small dark cloud above his head. A light drizzle fell, creating a stark contrast with the clear sky. I'm reading, just hold the umbrella for me. Don't ask or look at anything else. Yishao handed her the umbrella and turned to enter the scripture repository. He wasn't worried about Feng Queer peeking at the ancient books in the scripture repository. This was a sacred place for heavenly masters, and countless eyes were watching her from every corner. She wouldn't dare. Playing tricks, they won't even know how they died. HMPH. He'll order me around. Feng Queer stomped her foot, her peach blossom eyes reddening with anger. She pouted in resentment. As an ancient imperial princess, she had always been served by maids. She had never served anyone else before. You can refuse, but I might do something tonight. Yishao glared at her. Feng Queer's beautiful face flushed, unconsciously glancing at Yishao's lower body, feeling apprehensive. This guy, though only 8 years old, was incredibly capable, and so, her small body couldn't handle it. She had no choice but to obediently hold the umbrella for Yishao. Then, a rattan chair was brought out, and Yishao sat down comfortably, beginning to read. He wasn't interested in Zhuan-level cultivation techniques, nor were they helpful. He was reading some handwritten manuscripts of ancient sages, biographies, and novels and stories from a secluded corner of the bookshelf. In his hand was a novel titled The Entire Court of Treacherous Officials, My Mad Gift-Giving, The Empress in Panic. What a long piece of writing by Fatty Cat, a stupid author, a stupid work. My writing is even better than yours. Yishao glanced at the author's signature in the bottom right corner and couldn't help but shake his head. Make me a pot of tea. Yi Xiao quietly read, casually giving the order. Are you really going to make me your maid? Feng Queer pouted, one hand holding an umbrella, the other angrily making Yi Xiao a pot of tea. Yes, that's right. He savored the tea, quietly reading, with the beautiful woman beside him holding an umbrella. Life was more satisfying than this. Meanwhile, on the other side, because of his innovative stir-fry-style alchemy method, the alchemy pavilion had already begun to erupt in activity. Over 100 alchemists, the lowest among them were alchemy grandmasters, and there were even several alchemy sect masters. Leading the group was Elder Ji, who had just emerged from his seclusion as the Saint King, the first heavenly master of alchemy, the Ming Yao Pill Saint. A white-haired, plump old man with a face full of fat, his eyebrows exuding an air of superior authority. What, are you kidding me? A method of refining pills by stir-frying vegetables. A silver-robed old man stared in disbelief at his companion. If this guy wasn't Elder Ji, he would have slapped anyone else away. Refining pills by stir-frying vegetables. This was pure insult to the profession of alchemy. Jian, this joke shouldn't be made out of thin air. Refining pills by stir-frying vegetables. Wouldn't that just make those old demons laugh at us? Stir-frying vegetables, so low and despicable. How could it possibly be worthy of refining pills? That's right, I've searched through countless ancient texts, and I haven't found anything about refining pills by stir-frying vegetables. It's completely illogical. Over 100 alchemists clamored, expressing their dissatisfaction with Elder Ji. They felt he was making fun of them. What could stir-frying vegetables possibly have to do with alchemy? This is the alchemy technique created by Yi Xiao of the Taijuan group, Elder Ji said with a laugh, not at all flustered. Such an alchemy method, a groundbreaking innovation, would surely be recorded in history. When he heard about it yesterday, he didn't believe it, but after continuous research, he brought it here for them to examine its depth. That kid who created the divine technique? I've actually heard of him, a very dark-hearted young man. Old partner, don't let that kid fool you. The silver-robed old man, hearing this, became even more displeased. The others chimed in agreement. His face was full of disgust. Ever since Yi Xiao tricked Guangling Jun, Ji Zhenren, and the others into giving up their treasures, his notorious reputation for ill intentions had spread among the high-ranking officials of the Heavenly Master Holy Land. Now Guangling Jun and the others were still trying to find treasures. This alchemy technique is real. I guarantee it with my reputation. Why don't you try it, old brother? Old Ji smiled warmly at the silver-robed old man. Hey, let's bet. If I win, you'll clean my alchemy furnace for half a month. The silver-robed old man chuckled. Cleaning the furnace was very laborious. It was full of medicinal residue, which easily affected the quality of the pills during the refining process. His furnace was almost overflowing with residue. Go ahead. Old Ji didn't hesitate. Tisk, you old man. The silver-robed old man sensed something fishy going on, but it didn't matter. His cultivation had reached the saint level. What was there to fear? He accepted Old Ji's alchemy technique and observed it for a while. He actually felt it was quite effective. Isn't this real? The old man in the silver robe was uncertain and skeptical, ultimately refusing to believe it. He immediately constructed a pot and began refining pills. His skill level was higher than Old Ji's, reaching the grandmother level, capable of refining saint-grade pills. However, he had only managed to refine one heaven-grade pill. Clang! The large pot rose, and the dignified saint began stir-frying the medicinal herbs in the pot. Can this really refine pills? What a lie! If it could, I'd kill myself on the spot. A group of alchemists were stunned, watching this guy stir-frying, finding it hard to believe. Ming Yao, the pill saint, sat on his chair, his bulging fat bulging. He squinted, also somewhat curious. He was practically at the pinnacle of alchemists, representing the authority of alchemy. The fact that this kind of alchemy could produce pills was, according to common sense, impossible. Holy cow! Holy cow! It really was refined. As the great fire subsided, the pill took shape. The silver-robed old man was stunned, finding it hard to believe. All the masters of alchemy present could see that the pill was indeed formed, and a medicinal aroma filled the air. They were completely shaken, rushing forward to examine the pill closely. This pill was called Xingfeng pill. It had the effect of clearing the mind and realizing one's true nature, and it aided meditation and cultivation. One alchemist directly took a pill and swallowed it, smacking his lips, his eyes gradually widening. Damn, it works, and the quality is very high. The crowd felt their worldview crumble. They couldn't believe it. Then he tasted it himself. Each one was successful. This, a new alchemy system has been enlightened. Is that ye family kid really that monstrous? A genius alchemist? Ming Yao Densheng's small eyes gleamed with excitement, finally moved. He also tried using the stir-fry method to refine a batch of pills. After half a day, he held the pills in his hand, his grip trembling. With his level, he understood the preciousness of this alchemy technique far better than others. The refining method was simple, the success rate was high, and it didn't require high aptitude from the alchemist. Just these two things alone were enough to shock the world. It was truly good news for ordinary alchemists. Where is that kid? I want to go talk to him. Ming Yao Densheng looked at Elder Ji and laughed loudly. This alchemy technique was equivalent to giving their heavenly master Holy Land a great gift, a great fortune far more precious than several sacred techniques. Then they discovered that old man Ji had fled to a secluded spot, warily watching them. What are you doing? Ming Yao Densheng was stunned. Crack! One by one, dark clouds, like black lotuses, bloomed within the alchemy pavilion, and thunderous lightning bolts rained down. An alchemist excitedly holding a pill in his hand was instantly burned black, falling straight to the ground, smoke billowing from his mouth. Crack! Another was knocked to the ground, then one after another. 70 or 80 people lay dead. The remaining alchemists frantically stirred the medicinal herbs with pots, spatulas, and spatulas. They watched this horrifying scene, their bodies stiff, like statues. Ming Yao Densheng's flesh trembled. A chill ran from his feet to the back of his neck. The alchemy chambers were completely silent. Only the crackling of lightning like hailstones pounding could be heard. Ah, this! A fellow alchemist stared blankly at his old friends lying on the ground, their bodies charred black. They were all incredibly hard. The lightning continued to relentlessly strike the corpses. Those alchemists who hadn't yet refined any elixirs trembled, their hands shaking in fear as they quickly threw away their cooking pots. Like snakes, their faces were filled with terror. Even a fool would know why their fellow alchemists were being struck. This alchemy technique is poisonous. The silver-robed old man cried out in alarm, his body shaking, foaming at the mouth, his eyes rolling back. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck him in a certain spot. The old man's body, clad in a silver robe, instantly curled up like a lobster, his hands clutching his chest, letting out a pained, agonizing scream. Ouch! Old Manji looked at his old apprentice, as if hearing the sound of eggs shattering, and gasped. He couldn't help but feel fortunate. It was lucky those people had experimented first. Otherwise, he would be the one lying on the ground now. That Ishayao kid, you should stay away from him in the future. Old Manji took out a handkerchief, wiped away the cold sweat, and cautiously retreated, wanting to leave. He realized that this alchemy technique, the higher the grade, the greater the anomalies it seemed to produce. Those guys were struck by lightning while refining heaven-grade pills. If they refined spirit-grade pills, who knows what would happen? Why do I feel like I shouldn't have taught them? Old Mansi felt that having opened the source of 10,000 evils, the success rate of this alchemy technique was too high. He was certain that in the future, some alchemists would disregard the danger and practice alchemy. Boom! 100-foot-tall giant cloud appeared, forcefully pushing into the alchemy pavilion, even clearing away the dozens of small dark clouds. With a crackling sound, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm struck down, excitedly heading towards the renowned fat old alchemist saint. Here, he was refining the highest grade elixirs. Peak heavenly grade. Holy cow! The fat face of the alchemist saint trembled violently, his small eyes wide with shock. He immediately recognized that this thing was beyond defense with cultivation. Without a word, his figure flashed, instantly disappearing from his original position and reappearing outside the alchemy pavilion. He wiggled his big butt and frantically fled towards the depths of the heavenly master Holy Land. The flesh on his body rippled wildly like waves. Boom! The spot where he had been sitting exploded. Boom! This centuries-old alchemy pavilion directly exploded. Like a skyscraper collapsing, it began to collapse over a large area, causing hundreds of alchemists to scream in agony. Boom! 100-foot-tall giant cloud chased after him out of the alchemy pavilion, a storm of lightning, and with a loud bang, it struck the fat old man who was fleeing in the distance. The fat old man's body stiffened, and he fell straight down from above. With a thud, he crashed onto the stairs on the hillside, startling the disciples passing by who desperately tried to escape. Jian, you bastard! The alchemy saint let out a mole-like howl, his furious, deafening roar echoing throughout the heavenly master holy land. Jian, I won't let you get away with this. Jian, you old beast, just you wait. Inside the ruins of the alchemy pavilion, figures crawled out one after another, their heads shrouded in dark clouds, their eyes blazing red, searching everywhere for Ji Zhen's figure. Ji Zhen, meanwhile, had already rushed to the main gate of the heavenly master holy land. Yi Xiaoyao, you've ruined me. Old Ji heard those angry shouts, turned his head to look, his face pale with fear. The rest was manageable, but being caught by that alchemy saint would surely kill him. I'll hide for a few days first. Old Ji wiped the cold sweat from his old face, made up his mind, and with short, small steps, left the heavenly master holy land, fleeing frantically towards the north. What's going on? Damn, I thought some Lin sister had fallen from the sky, but it turned out to be a fat bastard. Who is this fat bastard? How did the alchemy pavilion explode? In the heavenly master's sacred land, whether it was the disciples of the 9 great sacred lands or those various large and small forces, they all simultaneously looked towards the collapsing alchemy pavilion, their eyes wide with astonishment. Then they witnessed a scene they would never forget. Above the ruins, countless black clouds, like dandelions, swirled wildly. Lightning bolts struck down, and screams of agony erupted from below. Most terrifying was the 100-foot-tall black cloud, its lightning bolts as thick as an arm, relentlessly pursuing a fat old man. What on earth is happening? The Qingfeng Holy Master stood outside the Heavenly Master's hall, shielding himself with an umbrella, gazing in astonishment at the dozens of black clouds. He then looked up at his own small black cloud. Comparing it to these clouds, he felt a sudden sense of balance in his heart, and even wanted to laugh out loud. This one was just rain, but those other ones were actually struck by lightning. Is it Yi Xiaoyao? No way! How could he cause such a huge commotion? Even the Pill Saint, this Saint King, couldn't defend against it. The Qingfeng Saint Lord had studied Ji Zhen's dark clouds, but the latter had been secretive about it and hadn't said anything. But now his intuition told him it was Yi Xiaoyao's doing. After all, the first time Ji Zhen had dark clouds on his forehead was when he came out of the scripture repository, and Yi Xiaoyao was there too. But it was illogical. There was no reason why even a saint who possessed the laws of magic couldn't avoid it. And the instigator. At this moment, he was standing outside the scripture repository, looking at the distant dark clouds, admiring them repeatedly. Brave warriors. What a group of brave warriors. Was it you who did it? Feng Queer looked at Yi Xiaoyao, noticing the light rain still falling from the dark clouds above his head, then glanced to the other side and said suspiciously, "No, be careful. I'll accuse you of defamation." Defamation. Yi Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes and glared at her. He quickly returned to the scripture repository to continue reading. He had flipped through more than half of the books on the first floor, mostly to record the content, intending to carefully study and speculate about the Taizhuan Holy Land later. He continued to look at the ancient book in his hand. It was a handwritten copy of a divine technique called True Fire Eye, of the spirit level. Because it was on the first floor of the scripture repository, there was only a handwritten copy, not a cultivation method. He carefully observed it, and after reading the entire book, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and flashes of understanding surged through him. Clang! You delved into the study of True Fire Eye, merging it with the 30-eye techniques within the Taizhuan, and finally incorporating them all into your creation. Mind-splitting great method, improving and evolving this divine ability. You have created double pupil, a non-graded special eye technique, an auxiliary divine ability. Before cultivating it, first cultivate mind-splitting great method. Double pupil evolves in the pupil, allowing the body to be used for 2 purposes. It can simultaneously attack enemies and simultaneously unleash to high-level divine abilities, far surpassing the mind-splitting great method. As long as the mind-splitting great method is perfected, The mind successfully splits and abnormal symptoms appear. Then the cultivation can be perfected. Yi Xiaoyao was stunned, his expression strange. Double pupil is already an invincible path. Why would it need to borrow someone else's bone? The double pupil physique is extremely ancient, even predating the mythological era. Mythology from later times has become extinct, and even ancient texts have very few records of it. Many powerful figures speculate whether this terrifying physique actually exists. So I created a fake double pupil, but it's enough to scare people. Yi Xiaoyao clicked his tongue. He could imagine the scene of hundreds of double pupils appearing, and those saints questioning their existence. Successful mental splitting, exhibiting abnormal symptoms, TSK. Yi Xiaoyao looked at the system, constantly inhaling. The mind-splitting great method can only be considered a harbinger of mental splitting. This thing is an accurate diagnosis. Mental splitting is different from personality splitting. Mental splitting involves hallucinations, delusions, and cognitive disorders. Sometimes they are normal. Sometimes they cannot distinguish between reality and hallucinations. Even the left half of their body is in a hallucination, while the right half is in reality. A person with schizophrenia sometimes firmly believes that hallucinations are real, while reality is false. A split personality is essentially two selves, or even 7 or 8 selves. It's all right, cultivating this divine ability. I'm mostly normal. Even when I have episodes, it won't hurt anyone, and the split personality isn't too serious. Yi Xiaoyao's eyebrows relaxed. He intended to teach this technique. The split mind great method simultaneously performs to divine abilities. The higher the level of the divine ability, the more difficult it is to perform. This divine ability can be performed at the spirit level, and it also creates a void in between. In some aspects, its power is far more terrifying than the split mind great method. This thing doesn't follow any set pattern. Who knows, one half might attack you while the other half smokes, drinks, and styles their hair, or even strip you naked. He dismissed this divine ability from his mind and continued reading. Meanwhile, outside, the crowd was in an uproar. As the day of the lecture drew closer, many people became increasingly expectant, especially of Yi Xiaoyao's lecture. They had been eagerly anticipating it for a long time. What interests me most right now is what happened on the other side of the alchemy competition. I also want to know, last time, hundreds of years ago, the alchemist Saint's pill exploded, blowing up the alchemy pavilion. That's understandable, but this time, it's like a mass tribulation. On another note, the Heavenly Master Alchemy Pavilion's innocent explosion, with over 10 alchemists struck by lightning, also attracted attention. It became a hot topic of conversation among many, sparking immense curiosity. Such an event is considered unprecedented. Looking back at history, you can't find such a bizarre scene. Unfortunately, this scene has become a mystery. No one knows what happened, and even now, those alchemists are still being struck by lightning. The reporters from Daoming are like cats sniffing out fish, constantly and excitedly investigating. This competition has been a continuous stream of news, with plenty of gossip to share. There's more gossip than you can handle. However, after a few competitions, the young prodigies paid little attention to this, mostly going into seclusion to break through their cultivation. Battles are often the best catalyst for breaking through bottlenecks. Among them, Su Fengliu advanced the fastest, already reaching the spirit realm. But Yi Xiaoyao didn't care about any of this. On the 5th day, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Ding, the host has imparted the divine ability, painted skin and concealing technique, to 60,000 cultivators. Reward, ancient jade bed. Ding, the host has imparted the divine ability, burying alive, to 40,000 cultivators. Reward, 10,000-year true dragon marrow. Ding, the host has imparted the divine technique, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, to 30,000 cultivators. Reward, 1 primordial green lotus. Ding, the host has imparted the divine technique, hanging demonic technique, to 100,000 cultivators. Reward, 1 set of ancient Buddhist golden body. Ding, host. Yi Xiaoyao pondered, then suddenly understood. This was also Zhao Ziking bringing the divine technique back to the Taijuan Holy Land, so that the Holy Master could pass down this method. I didn't expect this hanging demonic technique to be so popular. This number of people accounts for half of the Taijuan Holy Land. Yi Xiao clicked his tongue. From True Court to Dao's Lane King, he estimated that everyone was cultivating it. He could imagine 100,000 people hanging themselves together in the Taijuan Holy Land. It was incredibly shocking and terrifying. Looking at the rewards again, Yi Xiao couldn't help but get excited. Each item, though long extinct, was the most suitable treasure for his current stage of cultivation. There was the top-tier elixir, the primordial green lotus, which could dramatically boost his cultivation, surpassing any other creation-grade item in quality and without side effects. The 10,000-year-old true dragon marrow, the essence of the bone marrow of other saint-level true dragons, was beneficial to both the physical and spiritual bodies of cultivators. Even saints would covet it. The ancient jade bed, a rare treasure of its time, was worth its weight in sacred medicine. Lying on it, the ancient jade bed absorbed the heaven and earth's vital energy, undergoing high-quality refinement. Then it entered his body, circulating through his cultivation techniques, strengthening his spiritual infant. For Yi Xiao, this effect was no less important than a quasi-emperor artifact. It could be called the most powerful divine artifact in the world. The Buddhist golden body, at the Tao integration level, far surpasses the previous Buddhist relic. This is a genuine golden body. It contains an incredibly terrifying golden body power, enough to push Yi Xiao's Buddha golden body to its peak. This time, my strength will greatly increase. Yi Xiao's eyes blazed with excitement. Nothing was more joyful than a significant increase in strength. Especially after hearing the old fisherman mention the turmoil in the dark forbidden zone and the imminent arrival of a great era. Even the 9 great sacred lands might not survive the dark cleansing. Therefore, he must increase his strength beforehand to enhance his safety and protection. Quick, push the Buddha golden body and the dragon tiger divine technique to the heavenly level, advancing both my physical body and cultivation. Yi Xiao exhaled a breath of stale air, his mood joyful, and continued. From the Taijuan sacred land to being assassinated, comprehending the demonic arm of the He Huan ancestor, and then to the competition. He had been continuously refining these two-body cultivation techniques, which had already risen from the Zhuan stage to the D stage, and were only a little short of reaching the Tia stage. By afternoon, Yi Xiao finally refined these two divine abilities to the Tia stage. Almost there, with this ancient golden body, it's enough to elevate my golden body to the peak of the spirit realm. Yi Xiao closed the book in his hand, revealing a smile. The Buddhist golden body is divided into several levels: skin, flesh, blood, bones, and dirt, corresponding to true elixir, spirit realm, heavenly human, Tao union, Tao severing, and finally, the convincing evidence of sainthood, the arhat fruit. From the outside to the inside, it transforms into pure gold. His current level is roughly the skin level, equivalent to a half-step spirit realm. If he were to absorb the golden body reward system, the Buddha golden body would be perfected, wielding 90 million units of power, equivalent to the heavenly human realm. His defenses could rival spiritual treasures. Destroying a small mountain with a single hand wouldn't be a problem. I'm going into seclusion tonight. You go to sleep. Yi Xiao stood up, holding the token, and, amidst the small dark clouds, casually chose a quiet room in the scripture repository. That's great. Feng Queer's peach blossom eyes sparkled, jumping with joy. For the past few days, she had been holding the umbrella every day, her hands already aching with fatigue. Yi Xiao didn't mind entering the quiet room and directly closing the door. The formation here blocked all fluctuations, so there was nothing to worry about. The quiet room only contained a cushion and a tea table. He sat cross-legged on the cushion, conjuring his fully grown golden body. Immediately, the entire quiet room shimmered with golden light, and a powerful sense of oppression surged forth. This book, this defensive power, is truly a treasure. Yi Xiao praised it profusely, immediately activating the Buddha golden body, placing his hand on the back of the golden body and beginning to absorb the enormous golden body energy within. This kind of energy, those bald monks of the Buddhist sect couldn't absorb, but Yi Xiao, with his uncreated cultivation method, could completely absorb it. His body also glowed with golden light, making him look like a Buddha, solemn and dignified. As the enormous energy entered his body, Yi Xiao's physical density increased again, and his strength also soared. From a few million, he broke through the barrier of 10 million, surging forward. At the same time, the Chaos Immortal Demon technique activated, unleashing its devouring power. In the dantian of the true essence, this immense energy was also being absorbed. His head grew slightly larger. Meanwhile, as Yi Zhaoyao's cultivation and physical body progressed rapidly in the border region of Linzhou under the jurisdiction of the Taijuan Holy Land. Outside the Mingyu City, the city lord's mansion, under the moonlight, hundreds of figures emerged from the alleyways. They were all Taijuan disciples, each carrying a trumpet, a sack containing burial earth, and blood-stained hemp ropes around their waists. The lowest level was at the peak of the true core realm, while the foremost were over 10 heavenly human realm cultivators. Leading them was a frail young man named Zhao Huaizhang, a contemporary of the previous Taijuan Holy Sun. Before the Taijuan sect created its cultivation techniques, he was kind and weak, a notorious coward. Since cultivating the sect's techniques, everyone, from top to bottom, had become tough and unyielding. Beside him was his cousin Zhao Zikang, who had just returned to the Taijuan Holy Land and rushed to rescue him without stopping. They were both from the Zhao family. Under the moonlight, Zhao Huaizhang stared at the city lord's mansion sign and smiled. Hey, according to reliable information, the demonic cultivators are at the city lord's mansion. Charge in and kill them. Isn't that bad? What if the demonic sect captures the city lord? A young man said hesitantly. This was just a small border town, and the city lord was only at the heavenly human realm. Get lost. Zhao Huaizhang, with a righteous expression, was muttering angrily. Forcing him can only be considered his bad luck. Besides, he hasn't sent any news to our Taijuan Holy Land for so many days, he must be colluding with the Yin-Yang sect. Since he's colluding, he's an enemy, and enemies should be killed. Zhao Zicheng stared blankly. His second brother, who was quick to kill, was questioning his own existence. He remembered that before the competition, his second brother was still gentle, speaking softly and whispering. He would happily recite Confucian classics, saying things like I have said it before, and I have said it like Zi, Hu, Jia, Yi. He would even blush at the sight of girls. Now, on one hand, life and death were disregarded, and those who were not convinced would act. The ancestor taught us these divine abilities. Was it just for show? He poured his heart and soul into creating these techniques for us. If we can't unleash his might, how can we be worthy of him? Moreover, this time the ancestor specifically instructed us to teach the Yin-Yang sect a lesson. We cannot let him down. Zhao Huaizhang angrily cursed. After he finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent. Then hundreds of Taijuan disciples were like injected with adrenaline, their eyes immediately turning red. The ancestor was their god. Without the ancestor, how could their cultivation and strength have increased so rapidly? Then their eyes became fierce. Their faces became ferocious. Their expressions became twisted. Each of them rushed towards the city lord's mansion, letting out strange laughter. Hee. In the city lord's mansion, deep within the secret chamber, Cao Jun sat upright in his chair, his knuckles tapping the table. The Taijuan disciples are still weak and easily bullied, so gentle and funny. Cao Jun said leisurely, his face beaming with joy. Recently, he had hunted and killed quite a few Taijuan disciples who were undergoing training outside, earning him much praise from the high-ranking members of the Yin-Yang sect. Even the legendary ancestor of the Joyful Union sect had praised him. That's natural. Those Taijuan disciples are stubborn and touched by the harsh realities of life. Those who come down from the mountain for training are as pure as virgins. Just one of them could easily bring in a dozen more, City Lord Huo said, bowing and flattering. He wielded immense power and influence within Mingyu City, unmatched by anyone. But in the presence of this prodigy from the Yin-Yang sect, he dared not act rashly. You are an informant that my Yin-Yang sect has placed in Linzhou for decades. Don't reveal your true nature during this time, Cao Zhang chuckled, casually giving a warning. After a series of hunts, it was clear that those few tough individuals captured were all exceptional individuals. Such people were rarely seen in the Taijuan Holy Land. It's just a pity that those captured were away training for several months, unable to learn those 100 divine techniques and martial arts. Cao Zhang regretted it immensely. As time passed, his hatred for Yi Xiaoyao grew stronger. During this time, he had sought help from countless alchemists, all of whom were powerless against his impotence. He earnestly sought an audience with the alchemy masters of the Yin-Yang sect, but his status was too low. Even if he did, he'd have to wait in line for 100 years. I've captured a Taijuan female disciple, top-notch in appearance, Would you like to try her out? City Lord Huo chuckled. The men of the Yin-Yang sect all had such lecherous mouths. Of course, he didn't know that the Yin-Yang sect already had a group of impotent men. Gao Zhang's face darkened. Then he suddenly thought of something and waved his hand. After a while, City Lord Huo, with a contemptuous expression, brought over a beautiful 20-year-old woman whose face had turned pale with fear. Please enjoy your meal, City Lord Huo said with a knowing look, and withdrew. Let's try again. This time I'll take 100 aphrodisiacs. I don't believe there won't be any reaction. Seeing the woman, Gao Zhang's mouth immediately went dry. He quickly pulled out several jade bottles and swallowed them all in one gulp. Instantly, his lower abdomen felt like it was on fire, his breathing like a bull's. Come here, little lady. Cao Jun chuckled strangely, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, scaring the woman into screaming loudly. You don't come here. He's an elite disciple of Taijuan. The woman's face turned pale, tears streaming down her cheeks in fear. Then, Cao Jing almost tore off the woman's clothes, his lust burning, but his lower body remained motionless. Useless, useless. Cao Cheng's face was ferocious as he yelled and roared at his younger brother, who was hanging his head. Then he turned his head and roared, his eyes almost tearing out of their sockets, consumed by hatred. Yi Xiao, you beast! I must definitely wipe out all of your Taijuan disciples. Then he roared towards the outside. Lord Huo, is there any news that Zhao Zikang has returned from the Heavenly Master Holy Land? Tell me, where is he? Those guys who participated in the competition with Zhao Zikang had a good relationship with Yi Xiao. He believed that guy definitely knew how to resolve the side effects of the top-grade elixir. If that didn't work, he would use Zhao Zikang's life to pressure Yi Xiao. This, I'm currently investigating. Bang! A loud bang interrupted his words. Then came Lord Huo's exclamation. Taijuan disciples have arrived. Taijuan disciples, how did they find this place? Gao Zhang's face darkened. I don't know. Lord Huo rushed in, shocked. He couldn't believe that this secret stronghold had been exposed. What's the hurry? I was just venting my anger. And since they've come knocking on my door, I'll kill them all. Cao Jun grinned, then quickly went outside. The commotion was so loud that it quickly alerted the other Yin-Yang sect disciples, who rushed over. From top to bottom, there were about 100 people. As expected, they've been hiding a group of demonic cultivators. Zhao Huaizhang led a group of people rushing forward. Seeing City Lord Huo and Gao Zhang together, he immediately understood what had happened. He and Gao Zhang were both figures from the previous generation of Saint Sons, and having entered the Blood Cave trial, they weren't strangers to each other. Zhao Huaizhang, you coward! Why aren't you hiding in the Taijuan Holy Land? You dare to bring people to cause me trouble. Gao Zhang glared at Zhao Huaizhang, speaking disdainfully. The group before him was strong, but he didn't take them seriously. He had hunted those Taijuan disciples, and his own strength was considerable, yet he was ultimately annihilated by these demonic cultivators. Taijuan disciples only possessed limited divine abilities and lacked the experience of bloodshed and fire. In a desperate fight, they were no match for these demonic cultivators who had crawled out from piles of corpses. Back in the Blood Cave trial, I chased after you, and luckily you escaped. Only later did I learn that you were hiding in the swamp. Water, threatening to keep me away for half a month. How do you plan to escape this time? Hide in the ground, or in a pit? Cao Jun scoffed. Based on his understanding of Zhao Huaizhang, this guy was a cowardly, timid, and effeminate scholar. Even speaking vulgarly would be a struggle for him, let alone actually fighting. Haha, Cao Senior Brother is still amazing. How did this kind of effeminate scholar manage to survive until now? These guys are at the heavenly human realm. I believe that with my peak spirit realm cultivation, I can kill them. Hearing Cao Zhang's words, the hundreds of demonic disciples behind him, their previous tension gone, burst into laughter. The difference between the righteous and the demonic wasn't just the current scarcity of divine techniques and abilities. The demonic sects were also ruthless. Killing people and stealing treasures was as common as eating and drinking, and using people's blood to refine elixirs and cultivate was commonplace. Damn it, chop off their heads, kill them all. Don't spare a dog or a chicken. Zhao Huaizhang was foaming at the mouth, drawing out his large saber and roaring ferociously. He was full of fierce and ruthless aura, no longer possessing a trace of refined scholarly demeanor. Who the hell are you looking down on? Try saying another word. Where's my saber? Where's my saber? Brothers, whoever can kill him, I'll treat them to a visit to a brothel. I disliked him from the start. Ha ha ha. A group of Taijuan disciples erupted in chaos, each drawing out their large sabers, licking their lips, their faces contorted with perversion. They looked like prisoners who had escaped from jail to guard a criminal. Kill, bloodstained demon-slaying technique. One disciple roared, severing the carotid artery in his neck, blood gushing out. Another disciple laughed sinisterly, one eye looking elsewhere, the other at the demonic cultivators behind him, completely disregarding everyone else. Some disciples frantically stabbed daggers into their bodies, blood staining the ground. Some picked up trumpets and played mournful music, while others took up ropes and hanged themselves. Still others burned paper for mourning, weeping bitterly while grinning eerily at the demonic cultivators. This scene was like the Kingming Festival, with the gates of hell opening wide. A scene of utter chaos and despair. The city lord's mansion was completely silent. Only over 100 Taijuan disciples were charging forward. They were frenzied. They were shouting. They were like demons crawling out of hell, letting out the most terrifying laughter. At this moment, they trampled the light, turning it into darkness, plunging the city lord's mansion into a black frenzy. I'm sure I'm hallucinating. Yes, 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 hallucinations. This must be hallucinations. Inside the city lord's mansion, numerous demonic cultivators retreated in fear, their faces drained of color. As demonic cultivators, they had encountered all kinds of opponents. Cold-blooded, cruel, vicious. They had even been members of such groups themselves, but they had never seen such a group of deranged madmen. Impossible, impossible. Cao Jing was stunned. He saw the frail scholar in his memory burning paper to mourn, wielding a large saber and charging madly towards him. A chilling sensation penetrated his bones, as if he had fallen from the snowy spring into the underworld. This was even more terrifying than seeing his bloodthirsty fellow disciples. It's all an illusion. They're faking it. It must be an illusion. Kill! Cao Jing roared, suppressing his inner terror, his eyes bloodthirsty, unleashing his demonic fists, instantly engaging in battle with Zhao Huizhang. Behind him, his fellow disciples, having crawled out from the pile of corpses, suppressed their fear and charged forward. A great battle erupted in an instant. He! Zhao Huizhang wept and laughed at the same time, his terrifying cries like a sinister giant hand trying to lift Cao Cheng's head. I don't believe it. Cao Cheng's head ached terribly. He roared, spitting out fresh blood. Burning blood demon technique. Fresh blood transformed into a crimson symbol, etched on his forehead. In an instant, his blood boiled, and his strength and true essence increased by 2 or 3/10. Ha ha ha, Dao Zhang. A battle of techniques, I'll fight you. Bloodstained demon-slaying technique. With a whoosh, Zhao Huizhang severed the carotid artery in his neck, laughing wildly. His combat power increased rapidly, surpassing Gao Zhang's increase. Impossible. How could your Taijuan Holy Land have such a technique? Gao Zhang was startled, his eyes almost popping out. With a thud, he slammed his fist against the blade, his finger bones breaking, and his body flew backward. His right hand trembled as he half knelt on the ground, suddenly raising his head. He couldn't believe it. This is the kind and gentle Zhao Huizhang. Those ruthless demons of the Yin-Yang sect don't have your evil nature. It must be an illusion. It must be. Gao Zhang still couldn't believe it, but out of the corner of his eye he saw his fellow disciples. Those battles were like a huge hand gripping his neck, choking all his words. His scalp tingled, utterly terrified. He saw towering tombs burying his fellow disciples. Before the tombs, Taijuan disciples crouched on the ground, sobbing. Bang! A large tree stood beside the graves, 10 Taijuan disciples hanging from the sky, swaying in the cold wind. At the same time, 10 other disciples were also eerily hanged beside the tombs, their faces purple and blue, their bodies writhing like dead fish. Tick! A mournful, somber trumpet sound echoed, paper money flew and scattered across the graves. Ah! The eerie sound of blades made the remaining Yin-Yang sect disciples scream in agony, as if their souls were being severed. Bang, bang! A dozen broken legs danced in the dead of night, trampling the Yin-Yang sect disciples. The originally bustling and lively city lord's mansion, which had been full of people during the day, was transformed into a graveyard in the dead of night. 100 ghosts descended, indulging in unrestrained revelry, crushing them. For the first time, the demonic disciples were truly crushed by the righteous disciples. Fear, like a plague, spread through the hearts of all the yin-yang sect disciples. What exactly is going on? What happened at the Taijuan Holy Land? Gao Zhang's scalp tingled. This scene shattered his understanding of the righteous path, completely different from the Taijuan disciples he had killed. He had lived for over 20 years, encountered countless demonic cultivators, but had never seen such a malevolent person with such divine abilities. This was the first time. He was completely overwhelmed. Run! I must run! Seeing Zhao Huizhang charging madly towards him, Tao Zhang's face was filled with terror as he scrambled to escape towards the city lord's mansion. Bang! Not daring to make any unnecessary movements to jump over the wall, Cao Zhang smashed through it head first. He immediately used blood escape, fleeing like a madman, hating his parents for not giving him to more legs. Hehe, during the blood cave trial, weren't you very excited chasing me? I let you run, and the more you run, the more excited I get. A deep, low voice sounded from behind, very close. Impossible, I used my blood escape technique on horseback. How could he catch up? Cao Cheng's scalp tingled, and he suddenly turned around. Then, his face contorted in shock, his 3 souls nearly leaving his body. Cao Jun saw 2 long legs, each about 10 meters long, galloping behind him. These were deer legs. And damn it, giraffe legs. On top of the deer legs, half of Zhao Huizhang's body was visible, his back against the moon, his eyes glowing red, grinning menacingly as he chased after him. Damn! What kind of divine ability is this? Cao Jun cursed, utterly despairing. His blood escape technique was powerful, but the opponent's single step was equivalent to dozens of his own. How could he escape? My ancestor's divine ability is the strongest in the world. Tremble. Demonic Dao. Zhao Huizhang let out a sharp, maniacal laugh, his eyes filled with fanaticism. The Sunflower Manual had freed him from weakness, and he was the person he respected and admired the most. There's no second one. Taijuan, little ancestor. How could he create such a terrifying divine ability? Cao Zhang trembled, his hair standing on end. He didn't know how many times he'd cursed this name. Now, hearing this name from the mouth of this deer-legged monster, he felt an unprecedented horror. Who is the true demonic path? Who is the true path? Cao Zhang looked at Zhao Huizhang, who didn't look human at all, and let out a tragic laugh. Bang! A foot instantly kicked Cao Zhang's body. The blood escape technique had consumed too much of his energy. He couldn't possibly withstand the terrifying deer-legged monster's foot. His chest was directly shattered by the kick, turning into a pile of pulp. Who, in the dark night, the strong wind was bone-chilling. Zhao Huizhang looked towards the direction of the Heavenly Master's sacred land, as if he saw the little ancestor. He bowed slightly. Without the little ancestor, he wouldn't be where he is now. At this moment, having escaped the nightmare that had tormented him for so long, he felt a relief he had never experienced before. The mission must be prioritized. 10,000 pills must be delivered to the yin-yang sect. Zhao Huizhang muttered, turning and running towards the city lord's mansion. The commotion startled many households along the road. A 10-year-old boy rubbed his sleepy eyes, opened the window, and stared blankly at the dark street. Then he saw 2 long legs appear before him. Just legs. Mother, I've seen a ghost. It's terrifying. The little boy was so frightened he burst into tears. Dad! A middle-aged man with a wide mouth yelled, "What nonsense are you talking about? What kind of ghost is your mother scaring people?" He instinctively poked his head out to look, and immediately saw a humanoid creature with legs over 10 meters long disappear down the street. Damn, it's definitely scarier than your mother. That night, this small border town was anything but peaceful. In the city lord's mansion, Zhao Huizhang counted the casualties. All the yin-yang sect disciples in the mansion had paid the price. Only a few survived. As for the Taijuan Holy Land, they suffered heavy losses. The greatest miracle of all time, the Divine Abilities team is still the most powerful. Zhao Ziqing praised from the bottom of his heart, his admiration growing. Previously, when Taijuan and yin-yang sect disciples clashed, they mostly lost more than they won. None of them had ever experienced such a glorious moment. Other disciples either emerged from the bloodstained ropes or shed their mourning clothes, laying down their trumpets, all smiling brightly. Compared to the divine abilities team, the others were all rubbish. Moreover, even if they displayed other divine abilities, they always felt something was missing. Report to the team. Zhao Huizhang calculated the time, his expression solemn. Zhao Zicheng nodded, immediately taking out a jade stone and gently crushing it. This jade stone, containing the essence blood of a small ancestor, refined by the three-eyed true monarch, possesses the ability to communicate with the heavenly mirror, similar to the connection between the ancestor of joyful union and the heavenly mirror before. In the quiet chamber of the Heavenly Master's sacred land, the scripture repository, Yishaya gently exhaled a breath of turbid air, inwardly examining his dantian. His true essence floated in the sea, his spiritual infant hovering, its head slightly mature, appearing to be 3 or 4 years old. Mid-stage spirit realm. Yishaya revealed a satisfied smile. He had spent 10,000 years worth of true dragon marrow, primordial chaos green lotus, and other rare treasures, finally advancing his cultivation. These resources were enough for a beginner in the early spirit realm to reach the peak, and the ninth chaos immortal demon technique was a goal-devouring beast. Furthermore, due to his mortal body, it only helped him reach the mid-stage. Of course, his solid foundation was far beyond what others could compare to. What pleases me most is the strength of my physical body. Yi Zhangyao's body glowed, as if stained with gold, enough to blind the other 8 great sacred lands' titanium alloy dog eyes. His skin and flesh turned golden, even his blood transformed into a golden stream reaching the Buddhist blood level, equivalent to the heavenly human realm. With 19 million pounds of strength, relying solely on his physical body was enough to shatter any spirit realm expert. Adding to that, the Dragon Tiger Divine Technique's 108 bones, 20 of which had already been forged into Dragon Tiger Divine Bones, added up to approximately 100 million pounds of strength. He could suppress and kill anyone in the early to mid-stage of the heavenly human realm. Naturally, cultivating the Buddha golden body consumed an extraordinary amount of resources. Yi Zhaoyao's golden body had long since turned into fine powder. The true dragon marrow, containing the power of the true dragon, was also completely drained. My greatest advantage compared to other prodigies is my speed in refining rare treasures. Yi Zhaoyao sighed, feeling the immense power. A surge of emotion that made him want to smash a mountain with a single punch. He closed his eyes again, preparing to consolidate his strength once more. Suddenly, he frowned slightly and took out the heaven-seeing mirror. He gently stroked it, and Zhao Zikang's large face appeared in the mirror. Behind him were Zhao Huizhang and numerous other Taizhuan disciples. "Hello, can you hear me?" Yishaya initiated a video call. "Little ancestor." "Holy cow, little ancestor, awesome. Old Zhao, you can contact me from thousands of miles away." Inside the city lord's mansion, numerous Taizhuan disciples, seeing the light screen appear before them, gaped in astonishment. Immediately, they all became agitated, each one excitedly pushing forward. "Little master, we've captured several Yin-Yang sect disciples. How do you think we should release the elixirs?" Zhao Huizhang took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and showed clear respect. However, his lower half, with his legs over 10 meters long, looked rather strange. "Wait a moment, I'll think about it." Inside the light screen, Yi Ziyao pulled out 3 coins, holding them in both hands. These were 6 divination coins, the earliest technique Yi Ziyao had learned in Taizhuan to deduce the heavenly secrets, called Great Heaven Divination Technique. Heavenly Spirit, Earthly Spirit, Supreme Lao Jun, quickly manifest. "Open," Yi Ziyao muttered, then, like rolling dice, threw them to the ground. Still the same old trickster, still trying to predict fate. Zhao Zikang, Zhao Huizhang, and others widened their eyes, their faces filled with awe. The most difficult skill in the world is divination. Among the 7 patriarchs of the sacred land, the 3rd patriarch was especially obsessed with this art. After mastering it, they became confident and went out into the world to tell fortunes. The result was that their stall was overturned, and they were chased 3 miles away with cleavers. "Let go." Yishaya shook the divination stick 6 times, corresponding to 6 lines. Just as he was about to say something, a sudden bolt of lightning struck, directly piercing the wooden floor beneath Yi Zhangyao's feet. "Holy cow, impossible. I haven't even spoken yet and I'm already being punished by heaven." Yi Zhangya gasped, his eyelids twitching. He seemed to have underestimated the situation. This is serious. Release one person, don't ask about anything else. Yi Xiaoyao frantically wiped away his cold sweat, waving his hand. He looked up at the small dark cloud above his head, which seemed bigger. Yes. Zhao Zikang, Zhao Weizhang, and the others were also terrified, repeatedly agreeing. He hung up the video call. Zhao Weizhang thought for a moment. After rescuing several Taijuan disciples from the City Lord's mansion, he finally chose the most tactful and skilled actor, City Lord Huo, to force out Zhao Ziyuan's whereabouts and use poison to control him. Rest assured, this matter will be handled properly. City Lord Huo bowed deeply, his eyes filled with fear. He made a firm resolution in his heart. Even if he were to offend the demonic sect in the future, he would never offend these deranged madmen from the Taijuan Holy Land. As for him, he had absolutely no loyalty to the Yin-Yang sect. Soon, City Lord Huo traveled overnight towards the Yin-Yang sect's stronghold on the border of Yangzhou. Yang Enhancing Pill. What kind of idiotic name is that? Zhang Bar sat cross-legged on a cushion, squinting at the pill in his hand. He was only 17 or 18 years old, with dark skin, average height, and an unremarkable appearance, but he was the newly appointed Yin-Yang Saint's son. Young master, if this thing really can temporarily improve comprehension and cure impotence, then it would be a great achievement for us. Congratulations, young master. Your position as Saint's son is secure. Beside him, a handsome young man with a straight posture and the demeanor of a noble young master smiled and said, he was Zhang Bao's servant, also with exceptional talent, named Long Eotian. The biggest headache for the Yin-Yang sect now was impotence, which was like a contagious disease, difficult to prevent. If it could be solved, the achievement would be immense. This pill mainly enhances comprehension, so I hunted down those Taijuan disciples and completely looted 10,000 pills. City Lord Huo said with a serious face, boasting. Well done. If it can truly enhance comprehension and cure impotence, you won't have to worry about your cultivation resources anymore. Zhang Bar laughed heartily. A jade talisman flew into his hand from outside. He crushed it, and his expression changed drastically. How dare you? Huo, you dare to infiltrate the Taijuan Holy Land? Kill him for me. I've long suspected this guy is problematic. Long Eotian sneered, drawing his sword and suddenly slashing at City Lord Huo. Are you here to assassinate the Holy Sun? You truly don't know your place. I, Long Eotian, swear to protect young Master Zhang Bar to the death. Bang! The sword light swept across, aiming directly at the center of Lord Huo's forehead. I didn't. How could I surrender to the enemy? Lord Huo's face changed color, and he immediately said fearfully. But Zhang Bar completely ignored him. Lord Huo, in despair, closed his eyes. But after half a day, he remained perfectly unharmed. It seems there's no problem. Zhang Bani stared at City Lord Huo for a long time, his expression relaxing, and laughed heartily. Go down, he said, waving his hand. City Lord Huo, as if granted a pardon, quickly withdrew. Summon a disciple and test the medicinal properties to see if it works, Zhang Bani said calmly. After a while, he finally saw a disciple with greatly improved aptitude, whose cultivation of divine abilities accelerated significantly. Only then did he reveal a satisfied smile. The only problem was that the impotence hadn't subsided, but that was understandable. After all, this poison was extremely troublesome. Even grandmother-level alchemists had no effective solution. Long-term use should be sufficient. Good. It seems there's absolutely no problem. Let's quickly return to the Yin-Yang sect and report back. Zhang Ba clapped his hands and laughed. Then, along with his servant Long Eotian, they rushed back to the Yin-Yang sect. After passing numerous checks and confirming there were no problems, they distributed the pills. 800 people, each receiving about a dozen pills. Well done. This antidote still has to be obtained from the Taijuan disciples. The Yin-Yang sect elder Wang looked at his son, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him, and nodded with satisfaction. Since taking the next pill, there had been no abnormalities, which reassured him. He only had this one son, and he had been worried sick about curing his impotence. He couldn't miss any opportunity, and there was no worse outcome than this. During this time, City Lord Huo and Gao Zhang have been constantly capturing Taijuan disciples. Even if they haven't cured the impotence, it is still not a problem. The effect of the yang energy, merely this enhancement of comprehension ability, is already a blessing, Zhang Bar said with a laugh, his words full of sarcasm towards the Taizhuan disciples. In his view, the Taizhuan disciples were all trash. Okay, tell Cao Zhang to continue the hunt, and ideally, obtain the formula for the brain yang pill. Give the Taizhuan Holy Land a lesson. Their things are merely a wedding dress for us. Elder Wang sneered. That's only natural. Zhang Bora's eyes blazed with fire. With this achievement, his position as Holy Son was half secured. Father, this thing is truly a divine artifact. My comprehension of the demonic ape technique has doubled. Wang Yuan swallowed 2 pills, both surprised and overjoyed. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, he even felt his younger brother showing signs of raising his head. He was so happy he almost cried. That's right, continue taking it. Elder Wang, still uneasy, checked again. He repeatedly confirmed that there were no problems. After Wang Yuan swallowed more than a dozen pills, the demonic ape technique was successfully cultivated. This kind of effect, I really don't know how incredibly talented the person who created this pill must be. Elder Wang, Zhang Bar, and Long Eotian couldn't help but be amazed and impressed. Anything that increases comprehension is a treasure of heaven and earth. And to have such an effect with just 1 pill is absolutely terrifying. Until the night of the 2nd day. Why hasn't this pill taken effect yet? Could it be that you didn't swallow enough? Elder Wang looked at his limp second son, frowning. He looked at Wang Yuan and asked, Son, how do you feel? Damn it, who are you? How dare you call me your son? Wang Yuan glared at Elder Wang and roared, grabbing him by the collar. The old man was lifted up. Speak, are you trying to harm me? There are always scoundrels trying to harm me. Quickly kneel down and grovel. I'll stab you to death. Elder Wang was stunned, his face turning pale. Zhang Bar and Long Eotian were also dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at Elder Wang's filial son. Oh. Wang Yuan suddenly burst into sobbing, his face filled with terror. My beloved consort, where are you? Come and protect me. There are always wicked people trying to harm me. After crying loudly, Wang Yuan laughed foolishly, saliva dripping down his face. Then, he bent over, lying prostrate on the ground, his face turned towards the ants moving their nest, his eyes fixed. After staring at the ants for a while, Wang Yuan stood up, tilting his head to look at Elder Wang and the other 2. Damn it, who are you? Speak, are you trying to harm me? There are always wicked people trying to harm me. After saying that, his eyes widened and he picked up a twig, drooling. The branches of the tree touched the ground, making a clanging sound. Zhang Bar, Long Eotian, who can tell me what's going on? Elder Wang was trembling with anger, clutching his chest, almost as if it would burst. Zhang Bar swallowed hard, his voice trembling. He felt a chill run from his feet to the back of his head, an indescribable horror. He absolutely never imagined that Wang Yuan, who was previously normal and even had improved his cultivation, would turn into this monstrous form. He had read a large number of ancient texts, but he had never heard of anyone turning into an idiot after taking a pill. A great disaster. Long Eotian was also terrified, unable to express his fear. Slow reaction, and you still don't know what the situation is. This kind of bizarre elixir, only one person could create it, Yi Xiaoyao. But Yi Xiaoyao is in the Heavenly Master Holy Land. How could he control things here? This is simply impossible. Yi Xiaoyao. Elder Wang gritted his teeth, hating him to the point of madness. At the same time, there was a kind of fear, the fear of the unknown. Yi Xiaoyao was like the king of hell crawling out of hell. You never know what methods he will use to deal with you. It's also my fault. I was too hasty in curing my son. Elder Wang wanted to kill Zhang Bar, but ultimately restrained himself. This couldn't be prevented. Zhang Bar's face was grim. Logically speaking, even if there was a problem, after swallowing 1 or 2 of these pills, the effects will also become apparent. Moreover, Elder Wang had repeatedly checked Wang Yuan's body, and his soul was unharmed, without a single problem. This defied all logic. Half an hour later, 800 disciples were brought out of the main hall. My Taoist master has become one. I become one. A young man's eyes seemed to be severely dispelled, coupled with sideways glances, drooling, and a maniacal laugh. I'll stab you to death. Another young man took off his pants, giggling foolishly, frantically thrusting towards the pillars of the main hall. I'm born. I'm giving birth to a baby boy. Cackle, cackle, cackle. A young man in a blue robe lay on the ground, hugging a stone, excitedly cackled. The entire hall resembled a mental hospital. Every single one of them was a bizarre creature. The Yin-Yang sect master sat on his high seat, staring blankly at the group of foolish, idiotic disciples, his face trembling. During this time, hunting down the Taijuan disciples had been quite audacious. He hadn't even had to daze to enjoy the moment before Yi Xiaoyao, from thousands of miles away, struck him with a devastating blow. The Yin-Yang sect master roared at Elder Wang and Zhang Bar, his heart bleeding. There were over 10 elite disciples here, and even a Dao body cultivator. Elder Wang and Zhang Bar were trembling with fear, not daring to breathe heavily. Do you really think that little bastard Yi Xiaoyao is just an 8-year-old child? You idiots, even with your combined hearts, are no match for him. The Yin-Yang sect master fumed. To put it simply, the Yin-Yang sect, from top to bottom, maintained its dominance for countless years, disregarding the Taijuan sect. On another level, Yi Xiaoyao's scheme against the Hehuan ancestor was something few in the Yin-Yang sect knew about. They severely lacked understanding of his terrifying power. That pill, 3 or 4 pills are fine. Only when you take 7 or 8 or more will a major problem arise. The alchemist, holding a pill, sighed softly. He felt both hatred and admiration for Yi Xiaoyao. He hadn't found any problems with the top-grade pill last time, and this time he hadn't either, making him question his own existence. Ultimately, he could only conclude one thing. The pill itself was fine. The problem was the poison, a bizarre poison that simply shattered his worldview. But is there a solution? Elder Wang hurriedly asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. The alchemist shook his head. A bunch of useless fools. Ancestor Hewan appeared in the main hall, his eyes fixed on the group of idiotic disciples, his hands trembling. Having just emerged from the darkness of the supreme elixir, and seeing this scene, he was almost driven mad. Ancestor! The sect master, the alchemist, Zhang Bar, and others all bowed in reverence, not daring to breathe. Arrange everything, assassinate all the disciples outside of Taijuan, don't leave a single one alive. Plotting from thousands of miles away, truly despicable. He must be made to know what suffering is. Ancestor Hewan's face was grim, his anger uncontained. According to his information, Yi Xiaoyao would be taking the stage after the Sacred Land competition. That little creature, without thinking, explained the divine power, trying to save face, spending all day thinking about how to maintain his composure. His pure mind is diseased. Yes, the Yin-Yang sect master hastily replied. The joyful union ancestor suddenly looked at Zhang Bar, his eyes dark. This time you've harmed so many people. When the 9 Le Phoenix clan held their banquet, kill Yi Xiaoyao. If he doesn't die, you will die. Yes, I intend to kill him. Zhang Bar stammered fearfully, his heart filled with utter hatred for Yi Xiaoyao. After today, I don't want any more bad news for the Yin-Yang sect. I want to go into seclusion. Don't disturb the sect's explosion. Patriarch Hehuan snorted coldly, flicking his sleeves and leaving. He didn't want to get involved in this mess. His Dao heart, which had been stable for thousands of years, was about to crack. After seeing Patriarch Hehuan off, the Yin-Yang sect master's face darkened, and he coldly said, Let the saintess come out from the Bone Mountain. Let her seduce those people from the Taijuan Holy Land, kill one after another. If she gets the chance to seduce that little bastard Yi Xiaoyao, that would be even better. What? Elder Wang Zhang Bar's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart pounding. The saintess the sect master spoke of was the previous saintess, a courtesan. She was the mistress kept by the heavenly demon sect's leader, almost causing the heavenly demon sect's leader and his wife to divorce. Although her cultivation was only at the Dao integration realm, her seductive skills were unparalleled in the world, her destructive power no less than that of a saint. There was no man she couldn't handle. If there was, she could just spread her legs, and it would be enough. The sacred land of the heavenly master. Ding, you have observed the musical scores of Yanling Sen and Gao Shan Liu Shui, and your research into the principles of music has become even more profound. You have gained insight, improved your singing, and with the erhu accompaniment, you have created the song Li Quasi's Divorce. Li Quasi's Divorce. a top-tier heavenly level sound wave divine ability. Two people combine their techniques, and with one song, they severely injure the enemy's internal organs. The singing will shatter all their internal organs. As long as you can sing the story from within, about being forced into marriage and divorce, experience the sorrowful meaning within, and integrate it into the sound waves. Yi Zhouyao's small hand trembled, almost throwing the book in his hand away.